Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. Hello. We're going to start in the next 5 minutes or so. We're just waiting for a couple more people to settle in, but we will be getting going at 25 past 9. Apologies that we're running a bit behind schedule. Can our panel please make it to the stage? You don't have to keep quiet now, you can continue. Sorry. Please make sure to switch your phones to silent mode or airplane mode. We get to them. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Could you please settle down? Could everyone please switch their phones to silent or airplane mode, whatever you prefer? My name is Mamelo, and I'm happy to see you all here. I am the head of the campaigns unit at Open Secrets. And this People's Hearing has been a year in the making, so it's wonderful to finally see this work come to fruition. The People's Hearing on Energy Profiteers is a platform for affected communities, activists, and civil society experts to advocate through their testimonies for the prioritization of human and environmental rights in the efforts to address the energy crisis and the climate crisis. Though the elements of the People's Hearing may have the appearance of a legal process, the People's Hearing is primarily an advocacy tool. This is the third People's Hearing hosted by Open Secrets. Previous hearings focused on unpaid pensions in 2022 and state capture in 2019. You will see on the left side of the room, I hope it's the left for everyone, or the right to some of you, that we have allocated seats for representatives from government ministries and corporations. These are some of the corporations these are some of the organizations we invited to come here today's testimonies. While some of them outright declined our invitations, some ignored our emails, and others acknowledged receipt, but did not indicate that they would be attending. Regardless, we have chosen to honor our invitation and have them represented by the empty seats you see here in the front. It is my great honor to introduce you to our esteemed panel who will be listening to today's testimonies. On my right is Delme Cupido. Delme is the hub director for the Southern Africa Hub of Natural Justice, an organization rooted in the struggles of communities in Africa. He heads a team of pioneering lawyers and legal experts who specialize in human rights and environmental law in pursuit of social and environmental justice. He's a human rights lawyer with more than 20 years of experience in the advancement of human rights and governance in Southern Africa. Delme has worked extensively with indigenous and local peoples in Southern Africa and has a deep commitment to the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities who face the brunt of the onslaught against nature and the environments that sustain them. Could you please give a round of applause for Delme? Next to Delme, we have Melissa Fourie. Many of you will know her. Melissa Fourie is a climate justice advocate and environmental lawyer. She has spent more than 20 years working on environmental rights, enforcement, air pollution, and climate change. She currently serves as a civil society commissioner on the Presidential Climate Commission and works closely with various environmental and climate justice organizations in South Africa, including in particular the Life After Coal campaign, Compromising, the Center for Environmental Rights, Earth Life Africa, and Groundwork. As Executive Director of Nonprofit Environmental Public Interest Law Organization, CER, from 2010 to April 2023, Melissa was at the forefront of environmental and climate litigation, legal advocacy, and defending the rights of communities and environmental activists in South Africa. Can we give a round of applause for Melissa? Next to Melissa, we have Zen Mate. Zen is an investigator at Open Secrets. She's the lead author in Open Secrets' first investigative report on the climate crisis, Who Has the Power? South Africa's Energy Profiteers. Zen has been working at Open Secrets for the past 5 years during which she has coordinated the Civil Society Working Group on State Capture. In 2019, Zen chaired and curated Open Secrets' inaugural People's Hearing. Zen holds a BA in International Studies degree from Stellenbosch University and a postgraduate in Sustainable Development from Stellenbosch University's School of Public Leadership. She previously worked as a postgraduate researcher at the Center for Complex Systems in Transition, where she engaged in research around state capture and governance issues. At the day's conclusion, Zen, can we please give you a round of applause? I'm a bit used to Zen, so I give her a round of applause every day when she walks into the office, because she's amazing. At the day's conclusion, the panel will present their observations based on the day's hearing and draw up a short document with their reflections and recommendations. Again, this is not a legal document, but one we hope to use to further advocacy efforts beyond today's hearing. I will now hand over to my colleague, Letlohonolo Letsile, who will be facilitating today's witness testimonies. Thank you, everyone.
I'm a bit taller. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How's everyone doing? To the non-Cape Towners, how are you finding Cape Town? Really? Sorry? It's nice and sunny. It's summer. Okay, cool stuff. My name is Letlohonolo Letsile. I am a campaigner at Open Secrets. I've been with Open Secrets for about 6 months now, and I'll be chairing today's proceedings. I just want to say thank you to every single person in the room. I'm too close to the mic. Is this better? Okay, thank you. Just to say thank you to every single person in the room, from afar and from near. Really appreciate your efforts for being with us today. Thank you, Mamela, for that introduction and nice overview to take us through the day gently and nicely. I know some of us are comrades and activists in the room, so we are sort of used to these things. This is our nature. This is how we try and get our things across. But just wanted to touch a bit on the rules of engagement. Let's respect each other. Let's respect the space. Let's try to be mentally and physically present. I know we've got families, we've got work commitments, but let's try and give the people that are on the stage the attention and try and follow the proceedings. Let's respect time and return from the breaks on time. If I say 10 minutes, let's be here in 10 minutes. It's really important. There's quite a lot of speakers for the day, and we are crunched for time. Let's try and accommodate each other in that way. Yeah, and to the speakers as well, let's try to stay on point when making our contributions, because there's quite a lot of us, so let's try, if possible, to be precise and to just stay on the point. In terms of translations, nakiabua, but I know some comrades will want to speak in their different languages. Let's try and accommodate them to let them speak in the way that they feel free to express themselves. I think we can sort of help each other in terms of getting the message across. Just one point on permission, we are filming the process. Please let us know if you don't want to be paparazzi. You have a right to say no. Please just raise your hand and we'll play you out and make sure that you are not part of our movie. Just to kick us off, Mamela did say the objective of today's proceeding, but just to reiterate that we can appreciate the tensions between the social and economic impacts of the production and even the distribution of coal, and even alternatives like nuclear and gas. This is very important as South Africa finds solutions to the electricity crisis. We are seeing more and more the use of diesel to power electricity, while also talks about using gas, even though it also has its own issues. However, nothing has been said or done to support communities that are affected by coal mining or even gas and oil exploration. This is the case even though these have a great impact on their health and their livelihoods. So as we are going to hear about this during the day. Just a quick outline of the day. The hearing is meant to be an advocacy tool. It is not a legal process. I just wanted to reiterate that. There's some legal jargon, judges, proceedings, they sound so courty, but this is mainly an advocacy tool. We are here just for civil society movements to really improve their advocacy strategies in their respective climate work. So with that being said, OS, Open Secrets, will produce a document of the day's proceedings, and we will circulate it once we have that ready. The day has 4 segments: testimonies, a poetry reading, an art exhibition, and a panel's report back and recommendation. Mamelo did say that the panel is listening in making observation, and they will give us a feedback in the afternoon. So in terms of testimonies, each person has 10 minutes. Some of the guiding questions are: how does the energy sector, namely coal, oil, gas, and nuclear, affect the community? How should we address climate crisis and the role of energy sector in it? Why is the provision of energy, electricity central to the realization of human rights? How have you and your community resisted actions of climate change? So these are just guidelines for the speakers to sort of try and follow, but they're open to really interpret and give us their lived experiences, which is very, very important. Mamelo did give an idea of the panel. You did speak about the respondents. Okay, then I'll go to the art exhibition. We have an art exhibition in Imam Harun Hall, and we have poetry by Uhuru Palafala. There's also photography by local photographers, including Gulshan and Galen. And Uhuru will be also doing a 15-minute recital from her book, Mine, Mine, Mine. So the exhibition is accessible in the afternoon. I will show you to the room to be able to see. So I think that's pretty much the outline of the day. Are we together? We are together, ne? So I think we can start. We can start. Okay, so we'll have our first 2 speakers from Makua, Mining Affected Communities in Action. We will have Aston Chaule and Mishak Mangula. I think they can introduce themselves when they come to the podium. But just to say, Makua is a non-governmental organization dedicated to uplifting and giving a platform to mining-affected communities, namely workers, artisanal miners, their families, and communities based near mines. Since its formation in 2012 as a community-based organization, Makua seeks to prioritize and protect interest and integrity individuals and communities affected by mining. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Makua.
All right. Amanda. Viva Makua, viva. Viva Open Secret, viva. My name is Mishak Mbangula, National Coordinator of Mining Affected Communities. I'm the National Coordinator of that, of this movement. Like indicated, we really started this movement after the Marikana massacre in 2012, August, and we felt that is, we on our own as communities, nobody will really stand for us. We need to come up with a movement that will talk to the issues of the communities. And then, we not only just Makua, there's Wamua, which is women given space to deal with their issues. Now we have Yamua youth dealing with their own issues. Firstly, I will say, despite the scientists, lawyers, activists, NGOs, trying to fight the issues of wrong energy or dirty energy, we find ourselves in South Africa in a state of disaster, because nobody really amongst these capitalists who wants to listen to us who bear the brunt of these emissions from dirty coal, dirty energies. Our communities lives in periphery, because of these same minds who are pushing them out of their land, who are really, through these emissions getting sick, and no one wants to help them. And again, we are having the laws that is, for instance, integrated resource plan that was supposed to talk to different energies that are there, solar, wind turbine, and every other energies. But unfortunately, because of benefiting out of dirty coal, dirty energies, they decided to choose coal. And based on that, the other energies were not. From 2008, there've been an engagement with the government to say, we need solar, we need wind turbine. There've been people presenting to say this energy for people in the township, it's good, but nothing happened. They continued with the issues of dirty energy. And based on that, it tells us beyond any reasonable doubt that we need to put more energy in pressurizing these very same people, because they're not interested in changing anything. They call it critical energy, critical minerals, but it's critical for who? Because as they do their mining, we're not benefiting anything. We're not benefiting anything, but we're getting sick. We're losing land. There's blasting. There's everything that is happening. Our houses are cracking. Contaminated water. As this dirty energy continues, we now see floods all over the place. Eguruleni, KZN, Mpumalanga, because of climate change. Coal produces methane, which is 20 times more than carbon dioxide, though it doesn't last long. But coal produces carbon dioxide, which causes these green gases. And obviously that changes make this world warm. And who suffers? Mostly it's us poor people, because we don't have ways and means of protecting ourselves. They can adapt, they can do a lot of things, these capitalists, to help themselves. So as communities, we find ourselves in deep trouble because of the very same coal we have lost. And over and above that, this doesn't create jobs for the people, because they only make sure that is they use these new machines to have one machine doing jobs of 20 people. So it's not at all assisting us. There's a saying that is, Africa is rich, but who benefits? Very few. And all these minerals are taken away, and we're left with nothing. And over and above, again, after mining, there's no issues of rehabilitation. Mining, they don't consult communities to say there's issues that, for instance, environmental impact assessment that will be happening. They just come in and rob our people and say, you will get jobs. And sometimes they call meetings, and in those meetings, they give registers. When you sign that register, it's converted to an agreement to say you have agreed for the mine to come in, and people lose land. And it's really painful to see our people, because of the very same called critical energies, take our land and for the people to benefit. Our government is the main problem in this issue, because they're really not considering making sure communities benefit out of these things. So we need to make sure that there is just transition when we talk about solar coming in. There is just transition when we talk about wind turbines and everything. As we speak now, they are planning to bring in nuclear. Nuclear, it's another issue that will benefit very few people, you know, and we need again to engage. We need again to look at the issue of IRP, Integrated Resource Plan, that is being amended to make sure that is the right energies, the clean energies are getting in, but we should not give them to make sure they own those energies like they're doing with issues of ESCOM. They had the electricity bill that is now amending it to bring private companies. When we went into those hearings, we asked them, that is, if you bring those private companies, we are facing issue of load shedding. We're facing issues of water shedding. We're facing issues of decline in schools. We're facing the health and safety is declining. Anything, infrastructure is declining. Unemployment is growing because these people are not making sure that is through these energies or through these new energies, we can better our life. So in the public hearing of the electricity amendment bill, we asked them, that is, if you bring these new private companies, are you going to end the load shedding? And if you bring in private companies are interested in making money, not in making sure that is we get electricity. So that means over and above the issues of load shedding, we won't be able to afford electricity. We need to stand up against these capitalists and fight it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Aston Chaole. I'm also with Makua, and I'm from the Free State. So I think Comrade Mitch has said a mouthful, and I wouldn't want to repeat some of the things that he said. Where I come from in the Free State, I come from a small town in Nyakalung, Allen Ridge. It's a mining community. And I would like to clarify that as Makua, we deal with all mining communities. It's not just coal mining and stuff. We also deal with gold and diamond mining communities. So I think the first problem that we have is of derelict and owners mines. We are facing a problem of ghost towns. We should have learned when they came, mined and left, and the problems are left with the communities. We should have learned from that. But you'll find that we didn't learn. That the only people that are going to be left with the brand of mining are the communities. Because they came and then they made profit and left. And then we are still here. It is us that are suffering as communities. So, if we didn't learn then, and we tried to maybe introduce the MPRDA, but it's not implemented, because you find that even if we have the MPRDA, we have some good laws in there, but then they are not implemented. It means they are useless. Now our communities are not benefiting from mining. They are affected by the environment. We are still suffering from sinkholes. We have open shafts in regions of Welcome and across the country. There are open shafts. The people that are suffering are communities from those open shafts. And then from there, communities are also did not benefit and are still not benefiting in the present from mining, even though we have the MPRDA. The mining companies do not follow the social labor plans. They are doing nothing about the social labor plans. They write them just to get the licenses. After they getting the licenses, they don't follow anything. If you go, as Makua, we did the social audit on several communities. We found that maybe 99% all the things that they are supposed to do in the community. They didn't do those things. So if they are not doing them, why are they still mining? It's because the DMRE is not enforcing the regulations. They are failing to enforce these regulations. So we are left as communities to fend ourselves. There's nothing else that we can do. We have to do it ourselves. The only thing that is left is for us as communities to capacitate the communities so that they know what is MPRDA, what is their rights, things like that. But then we are still struggling as communities because people don't know their rights. So we have a problem. Social labor plans are not followed. So it means when the mines leave, we are going to leave the ghost towns like in Velco. So there are no other alternative forms of economy that we are creating in the mining communities. When mining is gone, it's gone. And then the communities are left to fend for themselves. So if we don't capacitate the communities to understand what is MPRDA, how does it help them? And if we need to amend it, where do we have to amend the MPRDA? So these people have to understand these things so that when we have to amend the MPRDA, they are there to say, we are suffering here, it's affecting us in this, the mining is affecting us in this manner, so we want these amendments to go through. But then if you are not going to do that, it means maybe in another 50 years to come, we'll be having another ghost towns in our communities and nothing is going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bakua. One of the reasons we invited the respondents, namely corporations and relevant government departments, is because there is this notion that they don't want to listen to communities when they complain about the effects of mining in their communities. So what happens is that when decisions are made about people in communities, people are not there. I did hear the mention about bills and legislations. Communities are usually isolated from those conversations. And also what I liked from this submission was the issue of critical energy and critical energy for who. I think that is very interesting point. And also the issue about floods. We were just speaking with Pilan in the morning that it's crazy how the rains are destroying so much of the Highveld area into Joburg and so forth. So we are really living in those effects of climate change already. And also another socio-economic issue that came up was the one of job creations, that these corporations come into communities, but communities are the ones that benefit the least. And also an important input as well from Makua was the one on derelict and old mines. This is really one of the neglected issues, but they do pose a danger to communities, and mining companies mainly are not held liable for these things. Just to check in with the panel if you had any comments for the speakers from Makua, or if you had any follow-up questions. All good. Okay. At the end. All right. Okay. Also. I can't take questions. I can't take questions. So we'll have our next speaker from Kuthala Environmental Justice, Pilani Mngomezulu. Kuthala Environmental Care Group is a non-profit organization established in 2000 in Emelo, Mpumalanga. Kuthala operates within the Highveld priority area, which was declared in 2007 to have a critical air quality crisis caused by a concentration of mines, power stations, and industrial activity. Please help me welcome Pilani Mngomezulu.
No, thank you so much. My name is Pilane Mngomezulu. I'm from Emelo. It's a small town in Mpumalanga province. It's an agricultural area, also a mining area. I'm representing Kuchala Environmental Care Group. Under Kuchala Environmental Care Group, there's wings as well. We have Kuchala Women's Movement. We have Kuchala Operation Catch Them Young. It's where we are working with children from the age of 8 up until the age of 13. We have other, wings under Kuchala like Wesselton Youth Development Program. As well, I'm the leader and the founder and the co-founder, not the founder, the co-founder of Nomzamo Agri-Village. So today, I'm having a community mandate. I wanted to talk more about, the people who are profiting when it comes to our energy. Because the corruption is there. The corruption is visibly clear, but unfortunately, I have to take the mandate of our community. Because whatever we are doing as an organization, we consult and we get the mandate from the communities. As I'm standing here, I'm representing the voice of our communities. So, today we are going to look at how, the people of Nomzamo Agri-Village resisted the actions of the energy profiteers. And the realization of energy human rights to our communities. Our story or our issue started way back in 2012. But before 2012, we were complaining, marching against one of the mines that was causing a lot of havoc because it was centered in our communities, in the center of our communities, by the name of Imbabala mines. Up until 2012, where the mine decided to close down. The main reason for the mine to close down, it was non-compliance in terms of water management. They left the land ravaged, just like that. They left everything nowhere to be found. What we know as community, they were government officials or our leaders who were directly involved or who were shareholders of the mine. After the mine, left, what we have done as a community, we started to engage with other people who were left working for Imbabala mine. The one guy, it was Julian. We hold, Julian accountable. So we managed to get one of the managers of the mine by the name of Upit Porter. Fortunately enough, we went to we started with our councillor. We called the ward committees about, the environmental degradation that was caused by Imbabala mine. We went to our own local municipality, Msugalikwa, to report, about the environmental degradation. Unfortunately, we don't have an environmental officers at our own municipality. There's no such. The only person is representing waste management, forgetting that waste management is form part, of environment. We went to disaster management. We took the department. They saw the damage. We went to our district office. It's where there was a response, because I remember very well. We went to a site inspection. Here, the damage when it comes to our environment, it was immense. It was out of this world. I'm talking about, underground spontaneous burnings with a lot of gases and so on and so on. Our land was burning, approaching our residential area. So we have to do something. We went to DMRE, approached our regional officer by the name of, regional DMRE. We spoke with our regional manager by the name of Oprich Vanakana. Then he refers us to another guy by the name of, Samuel. We complained about Imbabala because there were not only environmental degradation that was taking place. We have lost many lives there. more than 15, in particular our children, more than 10 children that we have lost in that particular mine alone, except, other people who are, being, affected by the mine as well, the elders. After we have engaged with the MRE, it was quite clear that, the MRE don't have any response when it comes to this. They don't have, the so-called rehabilitation provision fund for the entire province of Mpumalanga, in particular the coal dependence communities. The only rehabilitation that is available in Mpumalanga is for the people in Limpopo that were affected by asbestos. That simply means when it comes to rehabilitation fund, there's nothing. There's nothing. We have to live with those, pit holes and all the environmental degradation. We've decided to carry on. We came to CR and said, can you help us? We are just a vulnerable community. They give us, an assistance. I'm the student of rights and remedies. After that, we started to engage, with our government more and more. We started to write letters, many, many letters, up until we get a response from the national government. They came to our area. We conducted an inspection way back in 2017. After that, they just vanished. We pursued the government, nothing was happening. Nothing was happening, whereas we were promised, that at least they are going to fence the area that was, swallowing our children. So there were only 600,000 that was left in the coffin of Imbabala. So the government said, they are going to take responsibility then and see what we can do with the 600,000. As a community, we said no. We wanted the entire area to be rehabilitated as part and parcel of just transition. Because as people of Mpumalanga, we have our own open agenda when it comes to just transition. Rehabilitation is the priority when it comes to our community open agenda, because we want to revitalize our mining distressed towns through those, programs. Because as an organization alone, except, forming part of our open agenda, we have our own programs that are trying to address our challenges. One of our programs is called the revitalization of mining distressed towns, where we are coming with, mitigation measures so that we can be able to adapt. After, we wrote letters to, Vuvuzela hotline. Fortunately enough, Mr. Karive came to Emelo, one of the officials from National. Then it was all about empty promises, vague promises. Then they left. So the impact is still with us. In terms of, Section 24, we've got no rights at all. So as a result of these companies and our department neglecting their responsibility, as a community, we've decided to do something for ourselves. Because, these issues are affecting us directly on our daily basis. We are losing our children there. It's not a joke. Sure, fine. So we took the decision to raise funds. We rehabilitated a portion that was very, very dangerous. Although, DMRE National declared the entire area as a high-risk zone, but nothing happened even after 5 years after the declaration of Imbabala mine as a high-risk zone. So what's happened after that, waiting for the DMRE? Then it was an application. We saw an application, we saw an advertisement on our local newspaper whereby a mine by the name of Matala was going to come on the same area and proceed as usually with mining. We said no. We are not going to do that. We have lost our livelihoods. We have lost, our rights when it comes to Section 24. We have lost everything. We are going to take this place. We were in forefront as Kuchala Environmental Care Group because, as an organization, we are much rooted to our communities. We are working hand in hand with our communities. That's us. So we took a decisive decision. Collectively, the councillor was there, the community, the hall was fully packed. We said, no, we are going to take the land. We are going to repurpose the land, because the land, for the first place, it was meant, for agricultural research. Meaning, our own government or Department of Agriculture decided to sacrifice the land, for agricultural research for a mining, in particular, bad mining. We said, no, we are going to take the land, we are going to start an agri-village. We are going to show them that, we need food, the issue of food security is a priority. The issue, of repurposing this land, the issue of rehabilitating and revitalizing and creating new job opportunities as part and parcel of just transition, we are going to do that. We went there with the community, we took the land. Today, I'm talking about 612 households who are residing at Nomzamo Agri Village. We name the place Nomzamo Agri Village. Then we are having almost 2,043, the number of people who are residing at Nomzamo. Of course, we have conducted, a enumeration data with Green Cape. It's how we came up with these numbers. We took the land, we started to rehabilitate the place. People are farming there, people are making living, people, are fulfilling, Section 24 of our Constitution. Then we said, we won't stop there. We want to make Nomzamo to be an example in terms of a just transition that is just to our people. We started to write letters when we engaged, with, Green Cape. Officially came on board, and fortunately enough, we get funding from a New Zealand Commission. So enumeration was done. Now we are in a process waiting, for the company to give, the people of Nomzamo alternative energy in terms of solar. For the interest of time, can I stop there? But we want the MRE to come there and rehabilitate that place because it carries a lot of potential. We've got a lot of ideas when it comes to that particular area that is not currently rehabilitated. We want to start, some, the so-called PVA solar mining closure. It can be, an agricultural mining closure. It can be a forestry mining closure. It can be an aqua greening mining closure. It can be an agricultural mining closure. We've got all the ideas. We've got all the ideas in the world. When, in fact, we have a program that addresses a lot of challenges, in particular to these mining distressed towns like Emelo, Secunda, Metlibek, Witbank, and so on and so on. Because of the interest of time, I won't be able to talk about everything, but I wanted to talk about the energy corruptors. And profiteers.
Thank you, Pilani. Unfortunately, we are pressed for time. Thank you so much. Again, the issue of abandoned mines coming up in the community of Emelo. I actually stumbled upon a report by the Auditor General of for the year 2022. South Africa has around 6,100 abandoned mines in total, and around 2,322 of those are classified as high risk, and yet no one is doing anything about it. Yeah, I thought I'd share that statistic. Just to move us along, we will have Middleburg Social and Environment Justice Alliance. It is a community-based organization based in Middleburg, Mpumalanga, with its high number of industrial polluters such as power plants, coal mines. Middleburg exists as a South African environment crisis zone. MSEJA was founded in 2022 to empower the Middleburg communities to hold the polluters responsible. Please help me welcome Happy Skosana.
Amandla. My name is Hepis Kosana. I'm from Middelburg, Mpumalanga, under Steve Chwete local municipality. I'm working, or I'm a member of Middelburg Social and Environmental Justice Alliance, and I'm a co-founder. Our area, we call it a Greater Middelburg because of it's an economically zone. We've got a lot of mines. Maybe we are surrounded with plus minus 50 mines. We've got power stations. We've got manufacturing, for example, steel and alloys companies surrounding us. All of that, it's a coal value chain industry. Now, what we are doing, it's we run around the community. Our community, they don't have the correct information about what really coal is doing to our life. We took an initiative to educate and give them information about that. I'll be speaking in mixed languages. Sorry for that, because of I want to express myself right. Ngingasho ngithi indawo esibuya kiyo people there, they are heavily depending on coal because of they've been promised jobs each and every day. When we start to speak about environment, there are people who are talking about social labor plans. Those are the mining people, the only people who only think about profit, but not the community. Our youth, young generation, I can call it, they are not working. The unemployment rate is very high. We've got 20 plus unemployment structures showing that people they are not working, but we've got a lot of mines, industries that are surroundings. With that, it's not because of they are not skilled, not because of they are not educated, but because of they are sick. Our people, they are sick. We having a tendency that these diseases, especially respiratory diseases, are inheritance. Into yase family umkhulu bekagula phethwe isifuba or this cancer, it's our family thing. To me or to us as researcher, it's not like that. It's because of there is something impacted the family. We are saying people, they must know the truth that coal dust, it's affecting us because of everyone wants to work at the mine. Everyone wants to work to these industries. But the pollution, the real reason that we are sick is the pollution that we are having. No one is talking about that. If we are talking about that pollution, that get us sick, and we are not affording because of, we don't have our systems, health systems that are preventing our diseases. They are only curing because of they give you this medication and you will come back for the rest of the life, you will take medication. Now, what is happening there? We are saying as a researcher, we are giving education so that people, they can take stands and participate firmly or give advocacy to what is right. They must fight for their rights. As our comrade tabulated that Section 24 give us our rights, that we have got the right to a healthy environment. Now, we want them to know their rights. This is what researcher is doing each and every day, that we do that through workshops. Especially, we've got so many air quality monitoring stations. Even our municipality, if you ask them, they will tell you, yes, you can go there, but it's not working. Showing that they don't have interest because of even our municipalities, they are benefiting from the mines. Now, we are paying the municipalities, all the services. Our municipality, I used to call it, it's a great municipality, Steve Chwete local municipality. It's the richest municipality. But the problem, in terms of service delivery, they are good. But the community, they can't drink water from the tap. They have to go and buy water, no matter we don't afford. We even have these Muslim churches, they've got boreholes. They give people free water, but we are paying the municipality. And not to say the municipality, it's not taking care or doesn't have a water treatment plant. They are doing everything that they can. But because of there is perpetrators that are polluting, they can't talk about them. Because of they depend on them to say they develop our community. I don't know how they develop our community, but they say they are helping them to develop our community. And other things, we want our community to realize the need to a just transition. We want them to realize that we need a clean environment, a green energy, because of our systems are depending on energy, especially we've got power stations. But this electricity currently, it's not meant for us, it's meant for business. We want the electricity that will be sustainable and guaranteed for people, not for the business. This is what we want to do. We want people to take a stand and say we want just transition. And a just transition, the one that will be so carefully not having a negative impact to our community. We want the just transition that will think about or address health issues, address unemployment issues. That's the just transition that we want, so that we will see everyone take a stand and say, this is what we wanted long ago. We've got an area called Komati Power Station Village. The area, in fact, there's 3 areas. There's Arnold Power Stations, there's Hendrina Power Station, there's Komati Power Station. As our comrade, they said, we are afraid of having ghost towns. Those areas, they tend to be a ghost towns. And there are people living there. Recreation centers are closed. This youth, they started to use this, they're doing it, drugs, what I can call it, the way because of there's nothing that they can do. The community there, they travel plus minus 50 kilometers to get a filling station. But there are people there. To get a pep store, just something for 5 rand, you must travel 50 kilometers. Showing that these people, the mining industries, they don't care about us. You can't have an industries surroundings your area, but you don't have electricity near them. But we do have a power station here. You don't have a shopping complex. You need to travel to get that. You are not working, but there's a mine there, there's a power station there. That is the things that we need people to see, that this thing of social labor plans is just a promise, not something that is going to be done. They promise you that so that you can agree. As our comrade said, we must avoid this thing of tick box exercise, and it's a habit in South Africa. People, they say sign the register. When they're going to submit the register, it's not what you've been told. That's the thing that we need to avoid. I will just end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Com. I really wish these corporations and relevant department had a little bit of shame, just to come and listen, or maybe even stand outside just to hear a little bit. But unfortunately, they are not there yet. Just to say, great intervention by Mseja in terms of educating the community about, the health risks in mining-affected communities. just to say as well that when he was speaking into Zulu, he was just saying that, you know, what happens in communities usually is that people become sick, like a whole family could be sick, and what people tend to think is that it's probably genetic because umkhulu uyagula, the uncle is sick, so like people are sick in their household, so it's probably something that is inherited, but it's not. If they are all ill with the same sickness, it's because of the hazards that are polluted from the mining in that community. So I thought I'd just put that out there. We will have our next group of speakers from Groundwork. Groundwork is a non-profit organization centered on environmental justice and improving the quality of life of vulnerable and historically disadvantaged groups. Their current campaigns include climate and energy justice, environmental health, coal, health, hospitals, and waste. Please help me welcome Tshepang Molefe and Rone Samtweni.
Viva Groundwork, viva! Viva! Viva Open Secrets, viva! Viva! Viva Makua, viva! Viva! Viva Kutsala, viva! Viva! Viva Vem, viva! Viva! Viva Life After Coal, viva! Viva! Viva Mseja, viva! Viva! Amandla! Greetings, comrades and colleagues. My name is Tshepang Molefe. I'm from Groundwork, Friends of the Earth, South Africa. I'm based in Pietermaritzburg, KwaZulu-Natal. Today I'm with Ron. Ron will introduce herself, but she's from Umandla. Firstly, I just want to express my appreciation to Open Secrets for this wonderful work that they've put together. I think, comrades, going forward, this is the tool that we can use in resisting and fighting fossil fuels and those who benefit from these fossil fuels. For the sake of this testimony, I want to focus on two struggles for two reasons. Partly because those communities are not represented here today, and secondly because I just want to highlight a trend or a pattern between these two struggles that exist. The first struggle, which is happening in KwaZulu-Natal, that I would like to shine a spotlight on, is happening in the northern part of KwaZulu-Natal, in Mtubatuba, where the Tendele coal mine is operating. Some of the comrades here are familiar with that struggle. The Tendele mine started operating in 2011 in the northern KwaZulu-Natal, in the northern part of KwaZulu-Natal, and people have lost vital land vital to their livelihood, including land that is used for farming and grazing. What, as Groundwork, we have witnessed and partly experienced here is a number of transgressions, including the relocation of graves, the relocation of people from their homesteads, and the mine sowing divisions among communities, where corporates create conflicts within communities, and you end up having conflicts between those who support the mine and those who are against the mine. We've also witnessed damages to homes due to blasting, damages on roads, which is partly because of the trucks moving daily on those roads. Coal dust is also an issue there. Also, I cannot speak about the issues in Somkele and in Tubatuba without mentioning the killing and the murder of activist Fikile Ntshangase in 2020 for opposing the mine. Comrades are constantly living under fear in that area. They've been threatened, and this is happening daily, so much that some of them had to go into hiding. During our last protest in Somkele, the army was deployed in 2022. And these are some of the efforts to intimidate the activists and also to silence some of the activists that are working in those areas. The second case I would like to put forward is the quasi-coal mine operations in Babane, in Newcastle. Quasi-coal mine is expanding, and I think the last incident happened in September, where the mine moved in its machinery without consulting the people, and people had to physically stop those operations by standing before that machinery. Again, here, we have witnessed a number of cases of intimidation, where activists are intimidated. Also, when I visited the area last, there were a lot of complaints about damaged homes due to blasting. So, comrades, as a response to this groundwork, together with the LAC team, which includes CR and AidLife Africa, have embarked on a campaign of human rights defenders. This is partly to make sure that human rights defenders are protected, and also to actually push for laws that will protect activists and human rights defenders. So I want to also talk about the common threads or the patterns that exist between these struggles. One, the promise for jobs. This is always an ace card, so to speak, or a selling point for the mining industry to propose mining in areas to say we will give you jobs. Two, the promise for development. And the question is always, development for who? Who benefits from this development? Also, we have seen cases where civil society is labeled as anti-development. We are used to that now. And then the tendency to undermine and show total disregard for communities. Also, acts of violence, intimidation, and threats. I must also highlight shoulder consultation processes with communities. I must also highlight shoulder CSI projects and offsets that are not valuable to communities. And also the proximity and the relationships that exist between these corporations, government, and traditional leaders. This leads to failure of these corporates to account, failure to hold them to account, and other issues. But this is in true nature of capitalist greed, always placing profits before people. These corporations, despite everything that they're doing in those communities, they are always posting healthy bottom lines, dividends to their shareholders, and so forth. Also, comrades, we cannot speak about these issues without shining a spotlight on financial institutions that support these corporations, because they are the backbone of financing these projects. Ironically, I think Standard Bank Insurance is holding a workshop or something today or tomorrow, I can't recall, on the impacts and what they'll do going forward in minimizing the risk against climate change. So we always see these corporations talking left and then going right. Also, I think Mish did mention this. We cannot talk about energy without mentioning the integrated resource plan, which the minister has tabled for comments. We must question this. We must challenge it with all that we have. In whose interest is this being done? People are seeking and are demanding affordable, clean power and energy. And the inclusion and the massive inclusion of gas in this plan is questionable. Lastly, to conclude, I would like to just, pose a very simple and straightforward question. If you pollute the air that people breathe, if you pollute the water that people use, and you distract the land that they live on, how do you expect those people to survive? So I would like to hand over to Ron to share some of her experiences in Mpumalanga. Thank you.
Okay, Sanvanan. I'm not used to this mic, guys, in Zongkolela. I'm used to walking around and feeling free. My name is Renisa Mtweni. I come from Carolina and Mpumalanga. I am a feminist, I'm a human rights defender, and I'm an environmental injustice activist. I'm very disappointed today. Reason being that I'm seeing a whole lot of empty seats. I thought today would have been a day where I'll be able to express my feelings, especially to EDMRE, Nobabe Mantash. But then, let me continue. As I said, I'm Renisa. I come from Carolina. We are surrounded by 12 open-cast mines and 2 underground mines. Issues that we face in the community is air pollution and water pollution. Water pollution, it's been done by acid mine drainage because of the blasting done by all of these mines. So I'm not going to talk about the issues a lot because most of our comrades have mentioned most of the issues that we are affecting in the Highveld region. But then I'm going to talk about solutions that we as an organization came up with to be able to resolve all of these issues. So last year, Womandla worked with Groundwork and Southern African Resource Watch. We done research on six of our communities within the area, where a documentary was established and a booklet and a manifesto. In our manifesto, we speak about meaningful engagement. That's engagement with our stakeholders and the private sector, where we'll be able to tell them about the issues that we are experiencing, which I spoke about, which is water pollution and air pollution. We managed to have a meeting with the municipality where we done water testing through Groundwork. We done the water testing. We found out that the water plant, everything was sorted out. So we have a problem with our pipes. So we came up with a program which will be able to assist women in our community to be able to change the piping systems of the all areas in our town. So that was a successful story. Then we speak about capacity building. As Mr. Happy has spoken, that most of the people in our communities do not have the knowledge of their human resource, and they do not have the knowledge of all our rights that we do have as community members. So as an organization, we're also assisting them with capacity building. Then when it comes to the issue about funding, funding is not available for CSO organizations. We have a problem that we do not get enough funds to be able to assist our communities in all the areas. So that is our manifesto that we brought forward to the public sector, and we also brought forward to our municipalities to be able to assist us, including stakeholders such as mining. Then the documentary is available on Facebook. It's also available on YouTube, where we speak about all these issues and all the health hazards that we have experienced in our community. We also have a problem that there is so much land available for agricultural resource, but then we cannot utilize those land because it's unrehabilitated. So we needed the DMRE here today to be able to tell them to come back. The PCC was there with us in April, if you remember clear, Mrs. Furry. They were there and they did not come back. So we still have those open pits where our cattle are falling into, where our children are falling into, and they are dying. But what is the DMRA and government doing about this? Nothing. Then we have a problem with skills development for women. Women are not taken into consideration, even though we as activists stand here today and we try by all means to develop our women, but our women are afraid of talking. The rate of gender-based violence has increased because of mining, but what is happening with that? Nothing. If our women were skill developed and were able to be given jobs, do you think the rate of gender-based violence would have increased? No. Because of time, I will keep quiet. Thank you very much.
I was giving you more time because woman power. I thought I'd abuse my, I thought I'd abuse my position there. Colleagues and comrades, that concludes our first session of testimonies. Thank you to the comrades. I know, these stories are very personal. And the cost of energy sector profiteering is very personal. So we really appreciate that you are sharing the stories with us. We're going to have a poetry reading by Uhuru. Is she in the room? By Uhuru. Let me just give a brief bio of Uhuru. Uhuru is a senior lecturer in the English department at Stellenbosch University with teaching interest in critical race studies, material and expressive cultures, black radical tradition, and decoloniality. She is preoccupied with practices and poetics of being, together with ancestors, the land, plants and animals, cosmos and waters. This protected contemplation has thus far produced essays, science, a sonic documentary, poetry, and a turn to deep listening as an embodied method. She's the author of Mine, 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 and and the Black Arts Movement. I need a very, very loud welcome for Uhuru Palapala. Again.
Realocha. Siyabingelela. Thobela. Molweni. Good morning. Lina laka ki Uhuru wa ga Phalafala. I'll be reading from my collection this morning. It's called Mine, Mine, Mine. It is the story of my grandfather, who was a gold miner and a migrant laborer. I am from Gammalebogo, Bochum, in Limpopo. And he used to go work in the mines in Gauteng, Johannesburg. And he would leave in January and come home for 2 weeks in December for Christmas. This is his story. This is my story. This is our story. We begin with an epigraph. In 2018, a historic silicosis class action lawsuit against the mining industry in South Africa was settled in favor of the miners. Footnote: The miners are dead, bringing legality into matters of state versus property reproduces colonial violence. How about land? What about white capital? What about black overlords? Some are still buried under mine shafts. An unpayable debt, no favor, an incalculable catastrophe explored in 6 movements. Movement 1, Le Karapa. My grandfather is dead. He was vomiting blood, my mother says. Lungs contaminated by history, brimming full with mine dust. He left, went. He was always away, always leaving, a migrant laborer. Missed his first child's birth, his second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. When I last saw him, he asked my mother, "Who is this fine young man?" My mother corrected him tenderly. "She is your granddaughter, Papa." He must have been washed with shame, triggered, haunted till his last days by the recurrence of that question. Each time he came home once a year for Christmas, presented with a newborn infant toddler. And who is this young, fine little baby? She is your daughter. He is your son. Rahulu, did you have to kick your heart shut when you met your stranger children? These young babes with open mouths and fledgling hearts. Did you search their faces looking for your eyes? Did they feel a gulf in your heart, broad with longing and love? Or did you feel like a stranger father to them? Distance and time informing your self-preservation? Did your heart harden like scab on a wound? How did you preserve the memories of these people, this stranger family of yours, when you were baking in earth's womb, feverish with yearning, miscarrying all dreams of kin and family? At what point, with no photograph, no letter, no visitation, did your heart, your manhood collapse into itself and give up dreams of fatherhood and community, of husband, uncle, brother, grandfather, as the months and the years unraveled, sludging forth with cruel hope? At what point did you down tools of digging and drilling and mining futures where you were reunited permanently with your blood? Was it after the 6th Union strike when mine slopes collapsed and buried your brothers alive, some under 20 years old, young bulls in their prime, locked in the pits of gold. Was it then that you saw death unmarked, unrecorded, unceremonious, that you clearly understood your insignificance? When your demands for a pay raise or better living conditions or rights to have your wives visit the city were laughable and met with scorn? Was it the message from the Chamber of Mines that made it blood-curdling clear? Any miner who goes on strike shall be permanently banished to their homeland and their hard taxes quadrupled. Failure to pay will be punishable by death. Social death, communal death, familial death. Rahulu, did you dread coming home to searching eyes and hearts, to strangers who were once keen, to impotent excitement and dreary celebrations? Were your lungs already half filled? Could you breathe? Did Christmas become a vicious test of faith? Did the birth of Christ bring melancholy and shame? His first breath, mocking your shallow breathing, taunting your collapsing diaphragm. Did you wish for death in the silent night, to be lowered permanently in the tomb of the earth, tightly mummified to avoid any resurrection? Movement 2, Muletelo. A vicious modernity disfigures black maternity, turns black women's wombs into factories producing blackness, wombs of profit and prophets, birth canals strengthening GDP, ushering children into non-status, non-being. Black women's birth canals, domestic middle passages, forced to deliver sons into the mine tomb of the state. A dehumanizing project that traps mothers into obligatory reproduction to honor patriarchs, to honor capitalist duties, widows with living husbands, birthing sorrow and longing, youthful hearts gorged by grief under patriarchal code and oath of silence. We do not speak of our heartbreak, the depression, the inability to breathe, the lustful nights, the desire for flight, the foundering dreams of the city of lights, the unspoken rights to partake in the gold. We shall forget the newborn, the ones we buried and never talk about, the tongues we had to swallow in our mourning, trailed with blood stains of memory. We shall master silence and forgetting, grieving, but not crying. Rotating between pregnant and breastfeeding, grieving a miscarriage and pregnant, breastfeeding after a miscarriage, grieving a stillbirth while pregnant, bleeding a miscarriage while breastfeeding, pregnant, grieving and miscarrying, grieving infertility after stillbirth, breeding, feeding, bleeding, breastfeeding a stillborn while grieving a miscarriage, grieving postnatal breeding. Ke motswetsi ke imile ke a hloboga. Ke imile ke a hloboga ke motswetsi. Ke motswadi wa go hloka lesea. Ke motswadi wa go hloka setswetsi. Motswetsi wa go hloka lesea. Not waving, but drowning. Grieving, birthing boys that become profit. Hating love that grieves the heart. Closing heart against willful abduction. Grieving husbands that become profitable boys. Grieving stillbirth in the stillness of longing. Lasting grief in the breastfeeding of profitable boys. Miscarrying orgies of postnatal gross domestic loss. Hi, Mara, do not cry. Do not cry. Oskalla. Ulelang. Ulelang jwale. Ulela eng? Huh? In 1961, my grandmother went to the City of Lights with her husband, lodging hidden in the crevices of the cold compounds. The matriarchs orchestrated the visit. She wasn't ovulating when he was home. A mule with a political agenda, 2 weeks tops. But the iciness of the city bonded their flesh longer. In the middle of the night, a raid. Quick, quick, quick. Hide behind the curtain of history, under the blanket of white terror. Hey boy, what's this kafir bitch doing here? She doesn't have a permit. Sorry, boss. Sorry, boss. Hey bitch, this is not bloody Gazankulu. Don't look at me when I talk to you. Boy, does your wife know you play with whores in this shack of yours? Please, 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 sir, she is my wife. Our child just died and we are grieving. Listen to this kafir acting white. My child just died. I want her gone. before the sun comes out. And they were gone, leaving a flame of shame, licking clean all affection, bringing the weight of history to crush their disposable lives. Oskalla, do not cry. Ullalang, ullalang. We do not speak about those things. How? Ullalang. Movement 3, Magolwa. Police pester pedestrian for passes. Dump us, my life, my wife. Hungry hand comes back with nothing from the rear pocket. Where is your pass, boy? Now I ride in the Kwela Kwela. Heavy air, massive with song and solidarity. Moments of clamoring clarity. Amandla away to Maibuye i-Afrika. In jail, we eat political education, wash it down with revolution amid rats, cockroaches, and ticks. In the mines, we get shorn like black sheep. The prisons shave us like disease-infested infidels. Our lungs are filled with silicosis in the mines. We are asphyxiated in the prisons, lungs riddled with tuberculosis. We cannot breathe, drowning in the blood of tortured comrades who fell from the 9th floor by slipping on a piece of soap while washing, by hanging on the 9th floor while sleeping. White lies infiltrating radioactive waves of international press. The natives are restless, says one headline, while prisoners' heads are in the firing line. My grandfather towing the line of secretly throwing black fists in the air while playing docile, drilling the gold standard of white monopoly. America, America, arbiter of morality, enemy of dirty communists, assisting apartheid, apprehend and assassinate black anti-racist activists through severe surveillance and perverse alliances to subdue revolution. Jim Crow and apartheid sitting in a tree. K-I-L-L-I-N-G. Apartheid and Thatcher sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. French kissing federal intelligence, building iron curtains with our gold, intercepting and infiltrating insurrections, chasing imagined red peril and rooi gevaars. We will protect our right to pillage Africa for natural resources by any means necessary. Trample them with the might of our first world. We are America. These kafirs and niggers don't know the real cost of the civilization they enjoy. We will crush any savage and barbarian who wants to stop progress. You can count on us, Verwoerd. We locked away that terrorist Sobukwe. We provided intel for Lily's Leaf Farm raid, where those bloody savages and nigger lovers thought they could bring the Algerian revolution to South Africa. They will rot in jail. Yes, sir. They will rot in jail. Hey, Abelungu. Abelungu, God damn. 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 Mississippi, God damn. Movement 4. Black rage in Swallow. Mam Dokas, Queen Pin of the Reef, owner of herself and many a man, curtailing many a legislation, skirting fictions of the state, shifting means of production to her backyard, and turning shack into palace of dreams, where revolutions are made, a veritable compound of stars, where hip identities are lived. Ma'auti in Brentwood and Dopsy, relishing tops of mellowhood, Charlie Mingus serenading the day, Kipi Mweketsi flowering nightfall, comrade poets reading banned literature or smuggling records, paintings and letters through Ausdokas Swaziland connects, Tsotsi brandishing knife skills of master-keteers, putting holes in miners' weekly pay, gashing flesh with a gambling impulse. Ausmatsidiso, called Mary by her madam, who loves dogs and tolerates Africans. Her home an embattled zone of domestic surveillance, dutiful discipline a daily routine, social warfare on black female body, hateful mine bosses give white wives rights to prowl auction blocks and hire house slaves whom they rename Matsidiso, now gal, T-gal, maid gal. Faithful white women embrace white power and white wealth, wear sleeves of gold and cloak white terror, kleptocracy, cocky pride, enjoying spoils of their men's exploits. Their husbands only see black women during enactments of male power, defile us in front of their wives in the refuge of their castles, cut our face with bones of their scorned ribcage, suckle their spawn Adam on the bleak bounty of our body, wetness against the aesthetic of their breast, to be packed and firmer in richness and in health for husband's tenderness after he's drained his violence in us. A lapse in judgment of momentary fall from grace, tempted by the devil with an insatiable appetite. White women call us whores. Black men call us whores. See us as sites of conquest that mock their shame, smack us in the face for getting hit by racing horse carts of their master's virile machine, weaponized. We, receipts of deceit in the seventh quarter, where Adam you suckled comes of age in threadbare linens, a rites of passage, historical master copy of the father's original sin, braiding the raiding of my grandmother's body with the fibroid of my daughter. Comrade Kwezi, sobered by precarity of blackness, of living in the violence of a waiting room, joined the ranks of forces, jumped barbed wire fences into the heart of darkness, searching for light of liberation through comrade crocodile jaws, craving her tender flesh, fresh with raw desire. How? Recalling survival tips, she stabs him in the eye, but being in a movement where one-eyed comrades are hailed as heroes in parades of strength and uniformed ceremonies of primordial social hierarchies, predatoricizing of the wilderness, blood of life and death, embroiling on the threshing floor of battlefield, biting, gasping, trusted Kada, hitting his shrill weapon in the natural oven of the savannah, fighting for man's freedom and nationalization of the mines, mine, ownership paradigm exported from the auction block to unequal power relations of court rulings. Using laws our rapists wrote to put our rapists on trial. Amandla ngawethu amadoda. Movement 5. Kill them. Use concomitant force was the instruction from serial killer. Atuma bona to kill a bush. I don't wanna be there when the police are mowing them down. I just wanna issue their command. Tina sa tumayena, tumayena, tumayena. Tumayena, tumayena, tumayena. CR17. Hey. Ke le shebile. Movement 6. Le falantate ke mahloko le maswabi le boitsholo ba go fenywa ba go tlhabisa dihlong ba go tlhoka mantswe ba go omisa leleme. Ba mo tsietse botho a sa phela, ba mo tsiela polelo a sa na le molomo, ba mo tsiela lentswe a sa na le leleme. Motho ke sera seo fela se rego ge se rakaletswe, se sena leleme, se lahle botho, se hlabane ka marumo. Our inheritance is deep disgrace, shame, silence and defeat that dries our mouths and leaves deserts in our souls. My grandfather's humanity was taken while he was alive. His language broken in his mouth, his tongue severed and buried. A human being is a beast that when cornered and its tongue taken, throws away his humanity and fights ferociously with weapons. But who does he fight? I hit a fit of hell. I hit a fit of hell and unhome my house of hunger, hollowed by heinous history, unhinged. I hunt your hurt and hurt your heart, turn the hate on hanging my hollow home in cold blood. The horror. I hit my heart, habitually hurt my hate of hardship. It's hard, it's so hard. I hate my hurt, I hurt, it hurts. It's hard, it hurts. I hit a fit of hell and home, my house of hunger, hollowed by heinous history, unhinged. I hunt your hurt and hurt your heart, turn the hate on hanging my hollow home in cold blood. The horror, the horror. I hit my heart, habitually hurt my hate and hardship. It's hard, I hate my hurt. It hurts, it's so hard, it hurts, it's hard. I hurt. But did we die? Yes, we did die. Found salvation from whoredom and lascivious eyes of the master, salivating over harems on plantations and servants' quarters. Black bodies on strike, self-immolate for transcendence. Out of the ruins and smolder of remarkable destruction, in the thick silence of starry darkness, the blackness of creation, a vision and a voice. Do not be afraid. You have found favor and redemption. Unto you daughters shall be born with medicine for the lineage in the bones of their tongues. Yes, we did die. In the blackness of destruction and creation, we part our hips like the sea and birth ourselves. Use our mothers' names to sing our resurrection. Weave our purpose with gifts from 3 wise women who imprinted scriptures forged out of stardust and spectacular smithereens of our former selves into kilts for our hearts. Moonlight illuminates our new name, the dying wish of burning mouths, blazing in our bones, blossoming with revelations of our spirit supreme.
Re a leboga Kgoshigadi ya Bakoni, re a leboga Kgadi ya Bakoni. We are going to go for a comfort break, but before that, some housekeeping. The location of tea stands, it's outside through this door into the hall there, Imam Harun Hall. And the location of bathrooms, there's one throughout this door, it's my right. And then there's other bathrooms as well outside the tea hall on your left. I'm gonna quickly point you out to the point people of Open Secrets. If you need some further assistance that you can just ask. Say hi, guys. That's Mamelo, Megan, who else? Claire. Thank you, guys. And then let's speak up let's speak about coming back. We did talk about Thai, ne? So let's agree. past. Eh? Okay. Let's come back at past. Thank you so much.
mzwela,
is lona licwela machata tizolilwela bo ayo ayo Israela Israela mi Israela me yes lona licwela machata tizolilwela bo ayo ayo Israela Israela mi Israela me yes Diaitana Tizolilwela bo ayo Israela
Tio, mama, tio.
Morocco to Madagascar, from Cape to Cairo. Morocco to Madagascar. Yes, and Iali's well to Salitata ke Pasuka. Yes, and Iali's well to Salitata ke Pasuka. From Cape to Cairo. Morocco to Madagascar, from Cape to Cairo. Morocco to Madagascar. Yes, and is ready to Salitata kepa soka. Yes, and is ready to Salitata kepa soka. From Cape to Cairo. Morocco to Madagascar, from Cape to Cairo. Morocco to Madagascar. Yes, and swell to Salitata Basuka. Yes, and Israel to Salitata Basuka. Feminist, Kubani posa, Abengakala jive, Impi amasocha, Impi ama feminist, Kubani posa, Abengakala jive, Sekukhali Scorpio. Shasha Gubani posa Gubana Mengakala China Amandla Amandla Izwe lethu Africa Enkosi Maqabane. Are we good to go? Am I audible? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, there's no way we can meet without a song. Yeah, Niaz, those in these spaces know we need to do that. We're going to move to the second session of the day. We lost a bit of time in the first session, but that's fine. We will perform miracles. I get this lunch at 1. So we'll perform miracles and try and catch up. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, one of the key takeaways from the first session was that the importance of the conversation that we're having today. We do see how various people are affected by the energy sector and the profiteering as well from that sector. The ruthlessness of the process. So I think moving forward, we need to look closely, at who's who, and I think it's something that we do in our report. I think all of you guys got it. Who's who in the sector, who's profiteering, who's enabling, all of these things to happen. So we're going to hear from VEM. Comrades, please feel free to speak in your mother tongue. Yeah, can you South Africa? Can you South Africa? We'll make a plan. So we'll hear from witness testimonies from Vugani Environmental Movement. The Vugani Environmental Movement is a non-profit organization working in and addressing concerns from the Mpumalanga Highveld of South Africa. The organization was formed in 2016 to counteract the apathy of authorities regarding the rising environmental issues that Highveld communities experienced. We have a list of 10 speakers from the movement. I think we'll take two. Comrades, you have the list, like you're following. So the first speakers up to the podium, I'll call Bongani Mahlangu and Lifam Lisi to give us their testimonies. Please give them a hand. Is that right?
Yes. Sanibonani. Igama ngubongani Mahlangu. From Mpumalanga, eMalahleni in Witbank. Organization engize ngayo la it's VM. Ngifisa ukuzibona nami ngiphambi kwabantu ngikhuluma ngalento engiphethe andikucala akase gcina ngokutshela abo doctor lale ibhedlela hamba nomngane wami la angamshiya vela hayi ngisenkingeni izolo ngisize yes uJeki bengisishila endlini ngaphatha SMT ngishiya esifula endlini so ngiyabonga sisijeke asma ukugula engikhule nawo ngazalwa nako nginomntwana intombazana which is letho kuhle she's 5 years this year naye une asthma so far kuze mangivalekini keep imali yami esikhwameni ngeka doctor because ema clinic elinye line nakhona line lakhona ngalima ngize ngilande ma forensic so ngiyadlula ngeka doctor attend abo doctor and kunalento esangilimaza enhlizweni matric kwami zanke ngiphase because ngavaleka ngo September it was September bengibhala final ngavaleka ngaya esibhedlela ngabuya ngezi 2 December so ngafail matric eMalahleni surrounded mine amaningi more than 7 akusilula ukuthi ngihamba ngithola umsebenzi lapha because obviously ngizomela hamba ama medical and stuff ngingahamba medical ngeke ngisho igama le mine zanke ngipass because bathola ukuthi vele ngine-asthma angeke ngikhona ukubamba umoya for angazi for how long. But okay, ngayekela semayini ngahamba ngifuna umsebenzi, ngasebenza esitolo downtown sekuyini okay. There was a choppist before, so now sekune okay. My they told me retail shops about testing with like you qualify for which job la never. Bamali bakuthathe bakunika umsebenzi ofuna umuntu. Bangithatha bangifaka efridge. Bengisebenza ama permanent atramel and stuff and lezo zinto zihlala kukhula vele. So nalapho zanke ngihlala isikhathi esilike ngicabanga ngasebenza 2 weeks then ngaquit. So far I'm busy nenye course ngi-applyele bekumele ngibhadale ngezi-5 January so angikhonanga ngicala February. Online course angazi nakhona ukuthi ngihamba njani but ngizifisela inhlanhla. Yabonga.
Sanibonani. Igama nguLifa isibongo kaMnisi ngihamba neVem ngibuye eMpumalanga eWitbank ezinambini. Ngizothanda ukukhuluma ngenkinga kahle kakhulu esibhekene nayo. Ubafo njengoba asho naye ukuthi bekafunda ube nenkinga zanka khona ukuphasa imatric. Nami lenkinga aqeda ukuyisho ngiye ngabhekana nayo. Esikoleni bengenza nje ama stop and go. Grade 10 bengimenza ngihlale leyo 3 months sometimes ngingabhali i-June exam ngiphinde leyo grade mangiphasela ugrade 11 kube yiloko stop and go mara ngabekezela. Fortunately mina ngikhonile ukuzama ngaphasa. Then after uqeda esikoleni nami ngile ngazama itohonyana kwenye imine ngeke ngilisho igama lakhona. But cause le mine leyo idilana ngevanadium njena beyingilimaza kakhulu esifubeni. Umama usisipromise bekathi ngizama ukuphuza ibisi nanani mara ekugcineni kwako konke vele ibisi lakhona belingasebenzi. Kakhulu inkinga beyiqala ebusuku cause i-asthma mawunayo imini ungaba right ungakhona nje nokugijima wenze zonke izinto wonke umuntu onomali azenzayo mara inkinga yakhona besiqala ebusuku ukuvaleka kwakhona. Ngiphinde ngikhulume futhi nangenkinga sibahlali basemalahleni esibhekene nayo. Kunenye indawo ekuthiwa iFosman. iFosman ingcole kakhulu ngangokuthi lama sewer pipe ayabhamuka and mawabhamuka sona lamanzi wakhona ayakhona ukugeleza so eminyango andlulele eminyango ezindlini zabantu. Uthole abantwana badlala kuwo khona lamanzi bahamba nangezinyawo baphinde babambe wona lamanzi. Kuyenzeka nje badle bathenge lawo ma-chips abantwana nani niyazi ukuthi banjani hygiene akusiyinto abangathi bayithanda kakhulu. Nokulahla futhi kwezibi umasipala wethu akasinaki futhi kakhulu. Izibi ziyahlangana nemijovo imindeni ngokuhlukahlukana kwayo kuyenzeka ukuthi izibi zalo muzi othile inemijovo amapilisi expireile and idoti yakhona ilahlwa isinoma kanjani and abantwana bayayidabula leyo doti. Izibi zakhona uyazithola nje ezigcwele estradini sinoma kanjani. Bese nenye inkinga futhi esibhekene nayo kakhulu ile yasema-clinics. Ema-clinic ngike ngaya mina ikliniki kubo 2 ekseni ngivalekile. Ngathi ngingamphazamisi umagogo endlini ngahlala ngaba umuntu ozigcinisayo mara cause vele isifuba akusinto ngayibekezelela mase uvalekile uvalekile. And angeke uzukhona ungafela nasendlini cause ngile ngaba nomngane owafa naye alimazwa yiyo indaba yesifuba waya ikliniki ke yena. Ekliniki azanke bamncede bathi bamphuthumisa 24 hours elokishini kwenye indawo akusisekudini nakhona distance nyana nje incane but besekavalekile ngokuserious kakhulu wasala washona ashonela endleleni. Okubhlungu kakhulu ekliniki nakhona uyakhona ukuvuka okay nalaba abayayo bathi bayofuna usizo uyavuka ngo2 uthi uyobamba iline nilibambe lelo line ume imini yonke lapha ekliniki mase kumele uyothola amapilisi bafike bakutshele ukuthi amapilisi awekho ende ume imini yonke lapha abanye ngokuhlukahlukana kwethu umuntu uya ekliniki anganawo namasente ukuthi akhona ukubambisa adle lokhu akudlayo ame imini yonke usuke endlini uvuke ngo2 bayokutshela ngabo 5 to 6 ntambama imini yonke ukuthi imedication ayikho lento leyo vele ibhlungu kakhulu angeke ngize ngikhulume kakhulu because okuningi bengifisa ukukhuluma bese bakuthintile ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga bhuti wami. I'm going to call Mapula Mdluli and Ntomzondo Ndaba. As they come up, I just want to say Bongani and Lefa were just speaking about how the mining industries affect the health. Bongani in particular was saying he's living with asthma as well as his daughter. It's got to a point where it really impacts their life outside of the community in terms of education and finding work. Lefa as well said he's struggling with finishing school because of that. He also mentioned in particular case of a friend who died of lung-related illnesses. I guess we're getting a first-hand, telling of what really happens in these communities. Bosisbam, please come up and let's hear your testimony.
Sanmonani, njani, ngithemba ukuthi nonke ni right. Niyazama, anikho right? Yini inkinga? Ha? Amamile, inkinga ne? All right, ome ngaphambi kwenu as bamentionile uMapule Mdluli. I'm not going to say the word. Ngizokhuluma about impilo yami as living in a place abayibiza bathi eMalahleni isempumalanga. Wazi nami bengafisa ukubona lama companies lawa ala azile azozwa ukuthi siphila kabuhlungu kanjani. It's not easy living in eMalahleni, especially if you are living in a rural area. It's better if you are living in the suburbs. But mawuhlala ema rural area, you see the struggle every day. I moved in Emalahleni in 2005. I bengihlala eLimpopo. When ngifika eWitbank, I wouldn't say bengigula, but bengumntwana active, ngi-right. The problem, I think I was doing grade 7. Ngiqala ukuvaleka, ngiba nama-sinuses. Mawuya esibhedlela or at clinic, they just tell you that you are allergic to something. But now uyabona, as you grow old, it's okay. Am I allergic to something or or it's something that I'm breathing in the air? Because you see, it's okay, I'm poorly, but they are busy giving me allergics. So must I go consult further? Then it's something about uzopola. When my peanuts, they told me my peanuts. That's what they said. Okay. Benganalazi ngalento yokuthi kunama pollution and everything till 2017 ngihlangana neVEM. iVEM yangivula amehlo kakhulu. Mahlangano sesipromise was educator about ukuthi ama mine ayenzani asilimaza kanjani. That's when I started realizing ukuthi It's not something I inherited. It's something le breathe out. It's something le engiphila nayo around me. It's been a long run from 2017 till now. Ngaba champion who deadly worked very close ne groundwork no Team Lloyd. During the process, ngaba nomntwana. My child, he's 4 years old. When he was turning 1, I started noticing ukuthi naye he's having the same symptoms as me. But this is a teen. You can't actually just pack up and leave your life behind, your parents and everything. So manje umntwana ukuthi naye uyavaleka most of the time. Umntwana obleeda kakhulu, obluwako. So most of the time mele ngibe close naye. Understand ukuthi okay mele ngimncede njani. But mawukhuluma ngalento le there's still this stigma ukuthi abantu abayi understand. Ukuthi mawuthi ama minds are killing us ucabanga sosebenza phi. Then you think ukuthi nosebenza phi. You guys are not even working. Those people abasebenza lapha mind, they are not people from around here. Nina, you are suffering. The minds are not doing anything to help you guys. So I think abantu they still need to be educated kakhulu ngale problem le yenzeka because people basavaleka amehlo. Mawubatshela ukuthi okay ningasebenzisa ama solar besides using coal. Oh umuntu okhona ukubheka kabe kanjani like uyahlanya. I-coal sikhule nayo ayisenzi next. It's something esijwayele uqanisa uyithathaphi igezi. And you're saying no, there's renewable electricity besides ukusebenzisa i-coal. They still need education nalapho. But mina ngibonga ivem kakhulu for ukuthi ingivula amehlo yangifundisa. Namanje I know ukuthi umntwana makagula ophethwe yini. I don't just go ngithi ngiya eclinic mafika lapha bamdiagnose nga-something engazi ukuthi akusiyo. Ngiyazi ukuthi ugulisa yini. Dayivem ngibonga for lokho kakhulu. Ngiyabonga for this open secrets ukuthi nayo is invited sizokhuluma about our stories because mawuphila emelahleni as you hear other speakers ngoba ngifuna ukukhuluma kakhulu. Kubhlungu guys, it's very very painful because okay it's like Cape Town you can see the sunset but in emelahleni you can't see the sunset. When you wake up the sky is blurry. When the sun sets, it's even worse. There's mists of coal. It's burning. The mines that are surrounding us are burning like nobody's business. And they don't even care. They don't even try to say, let's put tire roads where our trucks would eat dust. No. Last la corner, kunama gravel. Ama chaka adlula corner. Ayenza eat dust. They are not even helping us with anything. So, Mina, what I would like to say, manje we are striving for a better future for our children. Let's work together, guys. It's educating abantu about what's happening in climate change. Climate change is real. Climate change is real. Lama movie about 2050, the earth is contaminated, you can't live in it. It's true. That's what will happen if asivula amehlo. That's what will happen. Nathi siyophila kanjalo. So please, guys, asumeni, sifundiseni our next generation ukuthi i-coal it's dangerous kangakanani. Ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani, hi, hello, hi. Mina ngisaba abantu guys. Cela nibhekeni le. So my name is Ntombi Ndaba. I'm from a community called Paula. It's a smallanyana location under Emalahleni. So I'm working with Peja in partnership with them. In our organization, mostly we work with Nabantabasha because we want to educate them about climate change. Because what we've realized is that in school, they don't really teach them about climate change. So school has nama adults anganalwazi. And the logo gas limaza because kuba nama flats umuntu akutshela ukuthi ayibe ngidlula inyoka. imizi yaphephuka ayi ubani bani bayamloya yabo. So we want to educate abantu bethu, create awareness bazi basesebancane bakhulele izinto bazazi. So another thing esibhizi ngayo, we teach people about we teach people about ama projects ezayo just transition, about these and just transition, why mines are bad and stuff. But then lo kuyasikhawaza because kuyasicabanisa siwumphakathi, kuba nama division, abanye they are for mining and fossil fuels and stuff, others are not. Abantu basisilwisana nesinkwa sabo. We want them to be hungry, asifuni ba benefit, bayasitraignisha because it's now we are teaching people about ubungozi be fossil fuel. So recently we had an incident, kune company A and company B, of which are mines, asemaduzelana vele, and both of them, they are not rehabilitated. One of them is no longer functioning, the other one still is. There was a kid who fell into a sinkhole, Lapawasha, but then now none of the companies are taking accountability. Company A is saying that's not our space, company B is also saying the same thing. So we went there, sakhuluma nama parents, they were open to talking to us, but then both companies visited them. Now when we are going back, sebayaphika ukuthi umntwana wele kusinkhole, bathi hayi ushile la endlini, abasafaka indaba yasemayini sekutshintsha story because babavala umlomo. So that's another problem we have in the brown envelope, guys. It's very serious because if we soloko sithatha brown envelopes, we're not gonna solve our problems just now. Because next thing, no mntwana omunye uzowela. So mshuthi bayosoloko bakhipha ama-envelopes all the time. Sizoze siphele sonke phela. Bese another problem we have ukuthi izikolo zethu i-curriculum yabo. Abantwana, they are still studying for jobs accommodator in mining and locating fossil fuels, where else we are saying we want it just transition. So transition anjani, where else we are still talking about extract fossil fuel. Why gonna introduce curriculum e supporter it just transition? Because ngiyafunda ngenzi blasting 3 years down the line to a mine. That means I'm adding to a number of abantu abazoba unemployed, of which go wrong nalo. So if we are talking towards just transition, because let's issue just transition, lama careers lawa, lama curriculum lawa, we are doing away with them. Iqale manje, because kuzoba buhlungu, I spent imali eningi ngabi ngiyafunda, next thing umsebenzi wakhona usekho. Yabo kubuhlungu. Bese enye ebuhlungu ukuthi sine load shedding, abantu bayavaleka, une-nebulizer akakhona ukuyisebenzisa because kune load shedding. Une-medication ehlala ku-freezer, akakhona ukuthi ihlale ku-freezer because you spend the whole week awuna electricity. Kubuhlungu, guys. So we need to promote the need for just transition. And nalokuthi just transition, yes, we are talking about just transition, kuzoba nemisebenzi emisha. Because naloko singasabi ukukhuluma ukuthi le misebenzi ezanayo, is it sustainable na? Isikhathi esingakanani because mawukuthi uyabhekisisa bakhuluma ngegas, igas ayinayo imisebenzi eminingi ngalo ndlela. Mhlambe during construction yayo kuzoba khona, but after lokho wenzani uhleli. So nalapho still kubuhlungu. So kosele sikhulume nge-just transition inclusive and transparent. Bese singakhohlwa ukuthi you have the right to a safe and healthy environment and your voice matters. Don't hesitate to speak up and advocate for your community's well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Colleagues, just an announcement. There is a Nissan registration CAA 39887. Can you please move your vehicle to another parking bay? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I guess, you know, things, it sounds like hell to live in Mpumalanga, really, from the testimonies of the comrades. And another key thing that came out from from these two testimonies that, you know, the tensions between coal mining, health, and also economic benefits, because now people will be relentless to work because they need to eat, but then there is those health issues as well associated with mining. So what do you choose between the two? So the community really is conflicted with that and confronted with that on a daily. But movements are really doing well to educate people about the hazards associated with coal mining. And I think Msej as well, when they were up here, did speak to that as well. I think also this point was very important on the just transition and the future of coal mining or mining in general, especially as regards education, because I know my people in communities, especially in mining communities, they usually want to work in the mines, they'll do certificates and things like that. People are usually educate themselves geared towards working in the mine. So where does that put us if you are investing in education to work in the mine and there is that will of just transition also moving? So how do we reconcile the two? How do you continue to educate yourself and then the industry will no longer be viable after that? What happens? So I guess that's what came up from the two speakers. I think we can move on to the other two, Vusi Mabaso and Balima Tsebula. Oh, I do apologize. It's supposed to be Vusi Mabaso. Kopa tshwarelo.
Sanbonang. Oh, Dumelang. Is it an afternoon? Oh yeah, good afternoon. Okay, I'm Vusi Mabaso, not Vusi Mbaso. Okay, apology accepted. I'm from Emalahleni in Mpumalanga in the Highveld region. I'm with Vugani Environmental Movement. We are dealing with so many things, GUVEM, of which is Abuma awareness raising, teaching people about the environment at large, including climate change, just transition, health, and waste. But for now, we are mainly on just energy transition. I'm staying at Forsman, where Lifa said is too dirty. During when the president are speaking, they will say we are bringing, maybe they say, a town to your location. But for us, instead of doing that, they bring ukukhala nokubulala abantu, because like we've got KG Mall. That mall is built on the wetland. They've connected their sewer pipes to the sewer pipes of the community. They don't have their own sewer pipes, of which KG Mall is too big. So that is why people are complaining that the pipes are bursting. We did go to the municipality. They said they will put new pipes because those pipes are small and they are too old. But until today, nothing has happened. I'm here to talk on behalf of the people we call the champions. Some of them have already spoken. That were the people who stand up when we wanted to open a case against the government about the air that is dirty. Then we called that case a deadly air case. Maybe many of you know about it. We started by doing researches, and when doing our research, we we found that most of the people are sick and is related to breathing. So we then have a problem because some of the people ask or say to us, this is because of the inheritance from your family. If one has got asthma, obviously the other people will be asthmatic too. But when we do our research, we found that not every people in the family has got asthma. And they will tell you that we got asthma after we came to Emalahleni. But when we are not at Emalahleni, maybe they are staying in Pumalanga, like Nelspruit. They are well, they don't use sprays, they don't use any medications. We then went to the doctors. So there is one doctor who said, my children, when they come to visit me, they get affected by asthma. So they use medication when they are here, coming to visit me. But when they are at home in KZN, they are just well. So that is when we decided with our team, that is CER and Groundwork, to lodge that case, the deadly air case. We won that case it was the Human Rights Day 2022, because it was lodged in 2019. Yes, we won it. They said they violated Section 24, but there is no difference. Even though we won the case, there's nothing that is showing that we did won the case. Why am I saying so? Last year, the Minister of Environment granted Gusile is our neighbor, they granted them permission to pollute more. So they are not polluting according to the way they have to pollute, because they said they are trying to minimize the load shedding. But even though they did that, they are polluting and they are killing people, but nothing is happening. We ask that, okay, Minister, we don't have any problem, but please, for those who are sick, can you maybe give them something like a paper that whenever they are attacked by their sicknesses, they can go to the hospital or to the doctors without paying anything, then Gusile will pay. But they denied. They just allow them to continue polluting and do everything as they will. So our main problem is that the reason that makes us that make us to be angry, that led us to the deadly air case, is because one of our members went to the parliament to testify about how we are dying in the Highveld region. Then one member of the parliament that is late now, Mr. Mthembu, was from Emalahleni. He said, no, that's not truth. They are lying. I'm from Emalahleni. Fortunately enough, he went there with other parliamentarians, including Senzo Mchunu. When they went there, we took them to there is something they call is a calcite dump. It's a dump from Highveld steel. Then beside that calcite dump, there are some abandoned mines. So we took them to the abandoned mines. By then it was not barricaded, but now you can't enter there. Then when we get there, Mr. Mthembu saw the burning sinkholes and we said, let's go there. Then he said, no, I didn't know that it's like this. No, I can't go there. He denied. He didn't even try to go there. We went there with Abo Senzo Mkhunu and the other parliamentarians. And also when they saw that place, they said, no, let's not go further. They go back. We took them because next to the Kalisite dump is Venchem, a chemical industry, and ferrometals. That too, the ferrometals and the Venchem is next to the TB hospital. So whenever there is wind, the Kalisite dump just blow to the TB hospital. Venchem and ferrometals, they pollute, their pollution goes to the hospital. The parliamentarians themselves says, this is wrong. Some people come here seeking for health, but they get another diseases because of this. Then they go back, they didn't say anything. So some of the things, people have said it. So the reason why I said we are mostly on health and just energy transition is because the health issues are created by the energy that we are using, that is electricity, which is not for us, but for the big companies. Though we just got them because now we said maybe is the time to change. So when it comes to us, we just accepted it. But it's too expensive for us. We don't afford it. So as VEM, we are embarking ourselves mostly on the renewable energy that are solars, that we want to own them. We don't want it to be like ESCOM is doing. We want to have ownership of the renewable energy because it doesn't impose any health issues to the community because it is only manufactured by the sun and the wind. So there is no sicknesses. So, but for now we are busy doing some studies and researches about how are we going to dispose the solar panels when they are old or they are not working anymore, and the batteries. But during the manufacturing, everything is okay. So I think I can stop there because most of the people has said a mouthful words.
Sanibonani. Okuningi sebakhulumile but bengifisa nje yazi kube ngathi nangikhuluma wonke umuntu angangizwa but ke ngizokhuluma ngesizulu. So mina umbali sibonga wamathebula ngiphuma eMpumalanga eMalahleni, a place of coal. So ngihlala eFosmane njengoba bebashizo ukuthi eFosmane ngathi nje indawo engqolile. Ingqole kakhulu ngihlala duze nemayini ekhaya eceleni nje la phambi kweminyango khamba iSorichi and nginabantwana abayi2 so firstborn yami uPrincess ngizokhuluma ngaye kakhulu because sebayichazile indawo esihlala kiyo. uPrincess una 9 years wenza 10 manje July. So umntanami uphila nzima kakhulu futhi uphila nzima lokuthi nangikhuluma ngaye nje ngathi ngakhala because kwayena uyasho ukuthi mama angithandi indlela engiphila ngayo because bakhona abanye abantwana ba right but mina ngidifferent kunabo. So even last week ngolosithathu bangifonelile esikolweni bathi uPrincess akasi right kokose ngiyomlanda ngammikisa esibhedlela then sibuye Friday. Princess une asthma So ngibe nenhlanhla kona last week. Sometimes nginokuthi mangifika esibhedlela banganginaki. Hlale maybe even i-hour. 2018 sathi sisahleli silinde ama-oxygen nani kwashona umntwana. Sisahlezi. So ngakhani basinaka. Khani basinaka. Then wa-admithwa. So umntanami ngiyazibuza nje ukuthi uyokasicede mara isikole. Because yena uhlakaniphile, uyaphasa, wenza grade 4 manje. Every year January makayocala iclass funa ngiye ku class teacher ngiyom-explainela ukuthi ungamangala. Mina wami umntwana uyahlala 3 weeks angeze esikolweni because of asthma yakhe. Okay yena uphila nge-nebulizer. But ke manje futhi sekuwesi kune-load shedding. And mina kule ndawo ngihlala kiyo futhi kule section yethu siyayihlala i2 months singanayo igezi. Nebulizer yakhe isebenza ngayo igezi. So baningi bona abantu abagulayo but abazi ukuthi baguliswa yini. So vane ngifise nje ukuthi ngathi wonke umuntu anga-understand ukuthi indawo esihlala kiyo. Indawo esihlala kiyo siduze vele namamayini because even ekhaya erumeni lami kucrackile mabablaster. Bablaster every day. Kucrackile. So vane ngifise nje ukuthi abantu banga-understand ukuthi indawo esihlala kiyo ayikho right. And vane ngifise nje ukuthi wonke umuntu o-understandayo ukuthi indawo yethu ayisi right. Sibambane, silwele lento leyo. Because last week ngikhale kakhulu but even izolo mangize kusena mhlawumbe wasavuvukile. Lokuthi umntanami always ucabanga ukuthi mama ngizova. Mama ngizofika mina ku-18 years. So last kwake kweza i-journalist ngaba surprised makamtshela ukuthi ngifuna ukuthi kube ne-special doctor. But ngiyabona ukuthi akekho kube like no doctor we-emergency ukuthi umuntu nakavalekile we-asthma uyazi ukuthi ugijimela kuphi. So yena uthi makakhula ufuna ukuba uloyo doctor loyo. Ufuna ukusiza kakhulu abantu be-asthma. Bengisebenza bangiqosha. I-reason ukuthi bangiqoshe ukuthi ngiyalova kakhulu. Ngilovisa ukuthi makagula ufuna ngihlala naye esibhedlela. So bengisebenza esitolo bala bathi ngeke bakhone bona. So ngibhlungu kakhulu lo ukuthi shuthi impilo yethu ingenye indlela. Noma gula angisebenzi dependele emalini egrant. Nakagula funeka ngihambe ngizama imali transport because ambulance uyayifonela ayizi. Especially vele manje ngiyacabanga unyaka wonke last time mangifonela ambulance azange ifike. Azange and sometimes ayingeni bakutshela ukuthi i-ambulance yase-Witbank thina siyithola abayiphendula ama-calls. So okuningi kona bakhulumile ukuthi indawo esihlala kiyo vele nje mina le ngihlala kiyo kakhulu it's worse lokuthi imayini nje ungahamba nje ngeenyawo. Na uyasamoya uyakhona ukudlula nje kiyo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Mbali. Just relaying her story about her daughter who is 9 years old and has asthma, which affects her schooling. Mbali also even lost her job because she spends most of the time taking care of her daughter. So, yeah. I think, okay, we'll move on to the last two speakers before breaking for lunch. Spongile and Masina and Goodman Mashia. You guys here?
Sanbonani. My name is Sibongile Prudence Masina. I'm also from Emalahleni in Mpumalanga. I'm working with VEM. Yeah, ama colleagues wami sewakukhulumile okuningi okwenzeka kuleya ndawo esihlala kiyo. We are surrounded by the mines and power stations. Izimpilo zethu zisengqupheni. Yeah, we have families abagulayo kakhulu. If ungathi uyabheka, we are surrounded ngama mines eWitbank, but kunabantwana abaningi abangasebenzi baqwele ezitradini babhema inyawuphi. Mothi ulalela labantwana, they are educated. So okuningi sebakushilo. Ningibona ngime la phambi kwenu. Nginomntwana kasisi wami ebengihlala naye sisi wami kasemsebenzini. As I speak now, ulele moshari. He died on Sunday. Avalekile. Mesifika ekliniki umikise bangani. Mesifika ekliniki simtholulele lapha. Abangani bathi ambulance ifike after. So is minds zethu zisenzelani. Is donate ama-clinic because they know that they are killing us. And lawo ama-clinic lawo awukhona ukuthola usizo. Because sometimes bomthatha lo mntwana umuse clinic. Uthi mofika uhlale from ekuseni until entambama. Bakutshele entambama ukuthi ispray azikho. Uvalekile. Ngaleso sikhathi. Wena kosela uphuma ubone ukuthi wenzani. Of which nomzali wakhe usebenza as a domestic worker. Kushuthi kosela yephi ayoboleka imali kubomashonisa ukuthi ahamba ayomthengela ispray. Ngiyabonga.
Sanbonani. Good afternoon, everyone. Lomela ngaphambili uGoodman wakaMashiya from Mpumalanga eMalahleni. Size ngeVEM lana, ngichampion kuVEM. Okuningi sebaqhazile ama-organization amaningi. Esidibana nako eMpumalanga vele inkinga yethu kakhulu ama-firm, ama-mines. And ngiyacabanga ukuthi indaba zokupolluta into yakudala ekhona. And then ungafika ke indaba zama-mine lawa ablasta asondela emphakathini. So emphakathini yethu siyasogola kakhulu ngandaba ama-blasting because even nalenhlabathi yakhona abablasta already basebenzisa i-chemical. Le dust nephakama i-chemical. So idlula khona lapha emphakathini. Vele thina siphakathi in the middle. Konke kufika lapha kithi. So si-affecteke kakhulu. Nginomntwana una 3 years umfana. Uvele kule situation ikhona. Uqala kwakhe seseyibhebi naka mama ke naqala ukubanjwa iflu ammixa ekliniki. Ekliniki babathu valekile bamfaka ama-oxygen. Bazama waba right umntwana sabuya naye. But beangahlala isikhathi eside. Always ukusheshe avaleke singazi mara ukuthini ngoba singanayo imali ukuthi simise ka doctors check ukuthi kahlahle yini ngoba always naphatha iflu uyavaleka vele. Naphatha iflu uyavaleka. So inkinga ngibona ukuthi mhlambe ile environment esiphila kiyo ngoba nalo moya esiphila kuona ungqolile awusese umoya clean manje ngoba ngenxa yani lezi mine ezila close especially abo Vanchem. iVanchem isebenzisa the most ama-chemical. And then iVanchem ngike ngasebenza kiyo nami ngiyayazi ukuthi njani. Abaningi uma ngabe mhlambe isystem yakhe ayikho strong uqala usebenza lapha uyableed. So ngike ngasebenza lapha uqala ukukhishwa intuthu yalapha ngaphatha iflu same time hayi ukuthi iyongibamba nganini yangibamba same time ngiqeda ukukhishwa intuthu yakhona the way ukuthi i-strong ngakhona ya chemical lapha and kwamina angiziva kahle lana kulo emzimbeni ngoba nginokubamba nokuthi ngizwa ngathi ngihishekile bese ke nokukhohlela mhlambe almost 30 minutes or an hour bese kuyabuya kuba ngqono. So ngingazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngisengakayanga ku doctor ukuthi mhlambe ngiyocheckisa ukuthi costwa yini and nama symptoms wokuvaleka nginokuwezwa but akasi strong ngalo ndle but nginokuwezwa ama symptoms akhona ukuthi ngiba nama symptoms aso And futhi enye into ekhona ngike ngaba nendaba yokuthi ngibleede nangibamba iflu ngiyableeda. Ngahamba ngayobona udoctor wangitshela ngama-sinus. Wanginikeza amaphilisi ukuthi ngiphuze amaphilisi lawo for lo ukubleed ngoba bengiva ngathi lezi impumulo zigqwele. Ngathi kunokhona okugqwele kanti ngizobleeda. Wanginika amaphilisi kwaba ngcono but kunokuya futhi bese kuyangibamba nokho. So angeke sazi ukuthi kukhostwa yini konke lokho or yiyo lelo khanje asazi ngoba vele ukungena kwawo lama-mine kumoshile and obvious bafaka umasipala wethu ngoba vele okukhona imali badila ngemali the most but impilo yabantu abayibheki. So silimele kakhulu somphakathi and siyaqabanga bashila bososwethu ukuthi baningi abagulayo abanye bayasaba nokukhuluma ngoba abantu angithi babona kuwumsebenzi and nawe uzothi wena uvimba lokho ubavimbela isinkwa sabo. So kuba difficult ukuthi uzi-express uchaze ukuthi siyalimala. Yes siyavuma umsebenzi kumele sibhele but ekugcineni siyalimala and i-government yethu ekugcineni ayenzi this because iya-benefita from laba bantu. So silimala kakhulu somphakathi eMalahleni siyalimala kakhulu bathandeke. Siyafisa ukuthi angathi kungaba khona okungenzeka ngoba i-government yethu ayifuna ukwenza next okungaba khona mhlawumbe kule just transition bazame ukuthi ngoba bayenza lama power station angithi yakhona why bangazami i-power station ye-solar system bazame ukuthi akukho umehluko engawenza na to change lesimo esiphila kusona ukuze ukuthi sikhona ukuthi siphile kahle singasasafari. So siyalimala kakhulu siyafisa ukuthi kungaba khona ukuthi angazi kwenzakalani uNkulunkulu asisize bese i-government yethu iyachange lethi bazame ukuthi nabo ba-try something new bayibona ukuthi ingasebenza na not ukuthi nayiqala ifakwa leyo ID bese bayikhahla leyo ID mhlambe kungaba khona utshintsho. So ngiyabonga kakhulu lona.
Ngiyabonga. Thank you so much to the colleagues from Mpumalanga. These testimonies were very heavy. In fact, they were very painful to hear some of the stories from those communities. The speakers mainly spoke about their personal experiences with health issues resulting from coal mining in particular in Emalahleni. And how it affects their livelihoods essentially and even education, even for children. Umbali spoke about her daughter. Bongani and Lefa also spoke about how they struggle to go through school because of living with asthma. Another thing that came up was the conditions that they're living in. The roads that are damaged because of the trucks that go up and down and carrying coal that really does not benefit the people. And the cracks in their homes from the blasting from the mines. And another thing is how mining companies do not take accountability of the impacts of their business on communities. Another key theme that kept on coming up was also the tension between health and community. I mentioned this earlier and I mention it again because I understand the struggle that the communities face where you have to decide between your health and bread on the table. So this is something that they're quite conflicted with. And when you try and educate the community to say, you are sick because of these mining, they're like, no, you can't speak up. You are going to take our bread away from us. So it's one of the issues that are raised. These were very painful testimonies. I really hope we can find solutions beyond. We're going to break for lunch. We managed to be miracle workers, so we should be able to come back at 1:30. So we're going to break for lunch, comrades and colleagues. Lunch is outside through this door by Elijah Hot Loza, and I hope you still remember the bathroom is out that way, and otherwise on the left of the where you'll be having lunch. Thank you so much, colleagues and comrades. Appreciate it.
you should just be like, comrades, comrades. Ne? No, I'm not from like that. Please.
We need to get started, colleagues. We need to get started. I don't think we're an accountable bunch because what happened to our time management? It's just the light. It's a serious spotlight. All right, comrades and colleagues, welcome back from lunch. I know we all had a lovely lunch, and we didn't. It wasn't. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And some people are full, but let's try to keep up and give the comrades that will be coming the attention that they need. We have session 3 and session 4. So this is how the rest of the afternoon is going to go. We're going to have more testimonies starting now until around 15:15. We're going to hear from the Green Connection, Subsea, African Climate Alliance, and Project 90 by 2030. Thank you so much. I'd like to call upon the speakers from Green Connection, Liz McDade, Neville Van Roy, and Lisa Makaula. Just a brief bio of the organization. The Green Connection is a non-profit company that began as a civil society organization in 2000. They concentrate on climate change and renewable energy and energy efficiency, governance, research and advocacy, development of educational resources and translation, the empowerment and training of youth for socio-ecological development and reviewing policy and legislature. Before they come to speak, the panel wanted to have an input or two to the floor.
Thank you. Sorry, Liz. We just thought that, before we start this session, in the first place, we just on behalf of the panel, just wanted to say, thank you to all of the people and the speakers and the community members who shared their stories with us. It's been, I think, really moving and powerful testimonies that we've heard today. So we really only have one question, which we are posing kind of as an open question to all of the speakers and particularly the people from the communities. And the question, I guess, is, given the experiences that you've described and all of the challenges that you see, and because, this is a forward-looking sort of process where we're hoping to come up with solutions to some of these issues. The question really is, as community members and as people affected by all of this extractive polluting that's happening, what does, whether we're talking about a just transition or other solutions, what does that look like to you as community members? and as people, what is it that you ultimately would like to see, and what does that world look like? You know, assuming that we are able to make all of these policy recommendations and so on. But where will that bring us in your minds? What is it that you'd like to see? And you don't have to answer the question now. We'd like to give you some time to think about it. So we'll come back at the end of this, and then we'll gather some responses. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
It's all within our 30 minutes. We're not taking any more time. Has it got sound? Sound? Okay, so why did we show you that? So, this morning, I think what was important, we saw what has happened because of extractive attitudes where lives are cheap. But what is happening now is those people whose livelihoods depend on the coast are facing an onslaught which will have similar kinds of impacts. And so we don't have the testimonies of people affected by the pollution from the oil industry yet, but we want to stop it from happening. And we don't believe that a just transition is one that stops any pollution in one area and just transfers it to another area. So, but I think what I'm going to talk about is why or what could be behind it from our joining the dots. And then I'm going to hand over to my comrades for the results. So, those people that are supposed to be here, what makes them do that? Why are we experiencing this? This building was the seat of democracy, seat of the revolution, decades ago. And now, those same people should have been in those chairs. So, what is happening? So I don't know, it's like a big smoke, it's like probably like Emegeleni when you walk out the door, there's smoke. And every now and again, there's a clearing and you see something. And then it's smoke again. And then there's a bit of clearing and you see something else. And slowly you put the pieces together to come up with what is happening. So I'm going to try and join some of the dots and hope our panel can draw the lines. So I just want to say, Green Connection is an eco-justice organization. That's where we're going. And one of our things is follow the money. Who is going to benefit from all of this? And what I am seeing is a plot, if I want to say, bigger than any blockbuster movie. We are looking at state capture. I don't know whether it's number 2 or number 3, but it's focused on the oil and gas industry. If you are sitting there, you need to know you're going to make money. So what do we see? Here's a dot. The Shell company, for every time that Shell is involved in something, there could be a benefit to some people. Who is taking over all of these blocks offshore? Shell and Total Energies, big energy companies. They're there. All those things that are colored around the shore is where the government allocated them rights, permits, to drill in the ocean, to take that oil, to take that gas, and to sell it overseas. They are not local companies either. And this is what we are facing. So if you are going to benefit in your pocket, then you are going to make it easy. How are you going to make it easy? Legislation. So you make the rules work for you. So we have the Upstream Petroleum Resources Development Act sitting in Parliament right now. There's a climate change bill, but there's a bill that's to drive more fossil fuels sitting there. Passed by half of Parliament, sitting in the other half. Then you need institutions. So we have PetroSA. Small story. PetroSA is where the diesel is coming from to keep the power station running. It's emergency diesel. The DMRE refused to let Eskom have a license to buy its own diesel. It must come through PetroSA. And I think it was 2022, it was shown that PetroSA was charging more than anyone else for a liter of diesel. Who pays for that? Us, when we buy electricity, because the cost of that diesel to keep the power station going is coming into your pocket. So whether you have electricity or not, the little bit you have and you pay for, you're paying some money into PetroSA. And now we have those institutions, and then we have who's in there. And now we have a deal with Gazprom Bank. And we have a deal with something called Equator Holdings and other companies. And these companies are getting deals despite, and I'm not going to go into the detail because I don't have time, despite a whole lot of things not being in place. One of the people that's part of those deals had their car repossessed, but they still get in here. How? Then we have the people who are giving out the licenses. It seems that the people that are in the institution that's giving out the licenses used to work for PetroSA. The oil companies offshore, their boards, people used to work for PetroSA. So you put your people in the right places, you set up the institutions, you change the law. Business might still be a bit not sure. So you have to create the demand. And how do you create the demand for oil and gas? You produce an energy plan that says we must do fossil fuels, must do oil and gas. The IRP that somebody mentioned that's out for comment. Lots of oil and gas. Why? Because otherwise nobody will come to put money into your crooked deals that you are doing. And what else do you do? Car power ship. You remember car power ship? Turkish company with a floating ship that they'll come and moor here, and then they will plug it in and they'll sell us electricity. That car power ship is going to burn gas. Guess who's going to supply the gas? Shell. So the money circulates. And then when we look for who's going to put the money to kickstart, who are the investors? Oh, suddenly we hear the people that are going to be coming are IDC, maybe the PICs. In other words, state money. And then when people start asking questions, then they are going to do feasibility studies. Experts are going to get hundreds of millions to do feasibility studies. And then there are things called conciliation or facilitation transaction fees, 100 million. If you're the right person, you can be the facilitator. Don't have to do much to get your money. So they don't have to even build anything in order to get rich. And that's our money. So when there's no money to compensate Mpumalanga, it's because billions have been put aside to do oil and gas. And so I'm going to hand over to Neville, but basically where we are working, people who have been at the forefront of apartheid and colonial extractivism are now facing another onslaught. And it's all about following the money. So my way forward is to stop that flow of money. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Amanda, I can see that the lunchtime really, Amanda! Thank you, thank you. So I'm Neville van Rooy, the community coordinator for the Green Connection. So I work from the other side of that map that you just saw there to the border of the KZN, the Xolobeni community, where I go. And many times, more than 80% of the time when I go there and want to go and hear if the community knows about what is coming to the doorstep, the answer is 90% of the time, no, we don't have any idea. But when we think about justice, we need to know that these communities have rights to be informed, and they need to get information about what the project that's coming to their area, and many times these communities do not know what is coming to them. Fairly so, because they are busy with their lives. They are fishing communities. They are indigenous fishing communities who does not know anything other than fishing. They know that ocean back to front and in between, and the plantations. You know what? One community that I spoke to was telling me about, they are so far from the ordinary services such as clinics. They have discovered a particular plant that comes out of the ocean that allows them to use it to cure snake bites. Because when a snake bites somebody in that village, it is way too far for them to get to the medical supply that they need. That is the indigenous knowledge that our people have. That is the indigenous connection that our people have with the ocean and the land environment where God has placed them, and somebody else from another country wants to come and remove them from. So that is the relationship that people have with their natural environment. And many times we see that communities are not fairly and justly treated when it comes to how their rights, even the fishing rights. Let me come to the fishing rights. You know, the communities have fishing quotas, but every time, once a year, that quota is now being revisited, and that quota, the basket, keeps on getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That is one of the challenges that fishing communities are faced with on a regular basis. And then on top of that, you have climate change for them to be able to hunt a specific species of fish that they need to hunt, like in an area of Mossel Bay where there was the moss gas oil plantation and platform that was there for many years. The fish was, you know, very near shore area, but as soon as the oil and gas companies were there, it means that small scale fishers with their little boats can no longer just hunt here. They need to go further distances to catch a species of fish that they were normally just catching over here. So that is some of the impact that they are already faced with. And then there comes the Green Connection and still knocking at the door and says, listen, do you know that there is an oil company that has licked its lips to come and do oil and gas just outside your doorstep here? And many times communities does not have a clue. And then now we have to rally communities, we have to go do workshops. How do we do the environmental impact assessment? What is an environmental impact assessment? Hoe gaat ek my woorde daarby sit? Hoe gaat ek sê ek is 'n visserman wat wil vis vang en ek ken niks anders nie? What must I do then about this situation? So we go and then we interact with communities into how they can participate in these processes. But these processes, you know, now takes valuable, I'm talking about the justice on these communities already. You know, now I need to have this workshop with these communities need to have, then it's a fishing day, and then they cannot even be there. They now are in between, must I go to water, must I be in a workshop, or must I go to a protest action? You know, those are the realities that fishing communities are grappling with on the ground. And that is been my experience. And since the Operation Pakisa, as we saw that blocks there, our ocean is now, like Leslie said, divided into these blocks, and those blocks are many times overlapping the fishing areas of our indigenous fisher folk. And they are, you know, have rights to that fishing blocks, but it's also at times cut, and those are the challenges that they are faced with on a daily basis as well. And then we need to have protest actions. We were very lucky to be involved in the Shell case, where we fought with Shell and also with Searcher for seismic surveys that wants to do seismic surveys in the ocean. And the one company, Searcher, went away because we had a court case, and we won that court case with them in that time. But that very company just recently came back and is now, as we speaking, is busy blasting the heck out of our ocean and out of the breeding grounds and sensitive areas and fishing grounds of our ocean population just over the mountain here in the West Coast. So that is what fishers are faced with on a daily basis, and now fishers needs to rally themselves up again to stand up against these companies, and they need to make ends meet because the crayfish are busy biting at the moment. I just came from St. Helena Bay and Lambert's Bay, and there were baskets of crayfish that came out of the little buckies, and that is what they, you know, it is not fair and not just for an ordinary community, a village whose livelihoods is fishing, to be interrupted like that. How can a person be interrupted when he's busy to just build his livelihoods? He has children on the school and he has bills to pay, but the government feels as right. This is their idea of development. And so is it fair for them to bring this type of development that is such an exploitative development, that is fossil fuel, from all angles on the communities and interrupting the livelihoods of indigenous communities in the West Coast and all around the country? So there is as much as on the one side from Alexander Bay all the way here to Mossel Bay, there is as much as 7 different applications. Can you imagine that? That is like hyenas, coming to a carcass. That's how they are attacking the West Coast at the moment. This is what indigenous communities has to be faced with where we are standing right now. And so we are busy with not just that, but there's car power ships also. And now we need to rally these communities. We need to raise awareness. We need to tell them that we want to do something about this. We want to fight these people because this is not fair. This is not just, you know. And we are so, when we're talking about the just transition, so when they are saying just transition, you know, because we need to know that those people that's supposed to be here, that is absent, that's dazzling in their absence here, also are talking about the terms we are using, just transition. But when they are saying just transition, and what we mean as for just transition, it's not the same thing. You know, it needs to be made clear. Those people also are pushing for this just transition. And so much so that they say that the transition should include gas. That is one of the ways they are seeing the just transition play out. Gas should be an inclusive part of that just transition. And where we are saying the gas and the fossil fuel carbon, okay, time. And the carbon intensive you know, building an oppressive, exploitative system on marginalized communities especially has been one of exploitative and, you know, extractivism all over the land and in the ocean. So there are communities that are even faced with both ends now. On the land where they have been, in the Northern Cape, for example, they have been mining of diamonds and mining of all types of things, and there is heaps in the communities, and there's, you know, mining residue left in the communities. So when the wind blows, the community is, you know, filled with dust and filled with black smoke, you know. But or just further on their beach, there's also companies that wants to come and do the oil and gas in the ocean as well. So that is the scenario that we are faced with. That is the scenario that ordinary indigenous fishing communities are faced with. Is that just? Is that fair? No, I don't think so. That's why we need to rally up our efforts. That's why we as the Green Connection believe that we need to support communities. We need to empower communities. We need to stand up with communities to fight this evil of injustice, of an oppressive system, which is the capitalist, neoliberal, colonialist system that wants to only, you know, exploit our people even further in the ditches of poverty. Let me give to my colleague over here. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I understand Comrade Neville had a lot to say because he really had a mouthful. He works directly with communities and he does his visits, so he's the one who usually sees the impact and how people are not consulted about such projects. So I'm going to briefly introduce myself. In the interest of time, my name is Lisa Makaula, and I'm part of the Green Connection, and I work as an advocacy officer. So yeah, but today I think it is so good to be part of these conversations, particularly for impoverished communities and also just disadvantaged communities, because this gives them a platform to also talk and raise their concerns, particularly about issues that affect them. So I'd like us to just draw from what Liz had said earlier in terms of who's actually benefiting from these whole exploitative processes that are happening. Because it's not just happening here in South Africa, but we are also seeing it in many parts of the world. And now the most common factor is the fact that in other parts of the world, we are already seeing environmental degradation, and that goes for the company that we know the most, which I think, okay, they're not part of the seeds, but Shell. We see some of the effects in the Niger Delta. The Niger Delta currently, people cannot live because the environment has been damaged. Millions of people do not have livelihoods today because of oil spills. And communities every day are expressing their concerns to their government to actually take action. But now we are seeing this exploitative process coming to South Africa and happening here because Shell did actually want to drill in the Wild Coast, and luckily we won that fight. But now it's a question of who's profiting and why is this exploitative process, why does it continue to happen? What is it that we have not raised that is of utmost concern, given that we are in a climate crisis and we need to take action? Particularly for the communities that live in those areas that depend on fishing for their livelihoods. Why must we continue with the process instead of moving to a just energy transition? But now the question goes to say, what does the just energy transition mean for the communities? But now, at the same time, you see that when these companies are coming, they will obviously come with these terms that we use and bring them to the people. And people will take as if the terms that they are bringing, it means the same thing that we are trying to push. So I think it's very much important that we just continue to raise our voices, and it's also very much important that we continue to build solidarity and raise these issues and concerns, not just on a South African level, but take information from what has happened to other African countries and try to prevent that from happening here in South Africa. I think I'm going to move off the stage, so yeah, thank you.
I didn't mean to chase you off the stage. Thank you to the colleagues from the Green Connection. Coming out from their discussion is something that was mentioned earlier as well, in terms of who stands to benefit from all of this, and especially from the supposed alternatives to coal, like oil and gas exploration. And what also came out was the role of government departments and big corporations, these ones here, and being complicit in the process. What also came out, earlier we heard about people affected by coal mining in Mpumalanga. Just now we heard about people who depend on fishing communities and how they are affected by gas and oil exploration. We're going to move on to testimonies from SEFC. I'm going to call forward Francesca and Maya. SEFC, just a quick bio, sorry. SEFC is a multi-faith organization seeking to support faith leaders and their communities from various religious backgrounds to raise action and knowledge surrounding sustainability, eco-justice, and the work against climate change. Please clap hands for speakers. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And it's great to see you all here. And yeah, the after lunch shift, hey? So, SAFC, we are actually the Southern African Faith Communities Environment Institute, so we work regionally, but I'm going to focus on our work in South Africa. And as you know, we are an environmental organization that works with people of faith. And I'm sure most people here, some of you either have a faith or you don't, am I right? Is there anyone who doesn't fit into those two categories? I reckon we all are there, and SAFC works with people of all faiths and none. And we look at science, we look at evidence. We're very interested to hear about people's lived experience, although I understood very little, which is my personal failing. But really what I want to focus on today is the moral failing that we're seeing from government and from big business. And I think it's absolutely critical we know that the science, what the science is telling us, we can see the evidence, and yet we persist to have exactly the same problem. The issues of load shedding, the issues of poor energy decision making. And where does that leave us? What can we do about it? Did you know that the first time we had load shedding was because the nuclear power plant here in Cape Town at Koeberg had a problem? And that was in 2000 and, hold on a second, I've just got to find my notes. That was in 2006. That's when we started load shedding. So anyone who tells you that nuclear power is reliable and constant and part of our baseline is telling lies. And ever since then, we've been suffering from load shedding. And part of that is also the electricity cost crisis. We did a study in 2020 with 100 households in Khayelitsha, Klapmuts, and Delft. And what we found was that people were having to make decisions, and I'm sure you've seen this in your own communities, about whether they can buy toiletries or buy electricity, whether they can afford to go to work or buy electricity, whether they can afford to feed their family the food they want to eat or buy electricity. And since that date, since then, we've seen increases annually of way more than the annual inflation. In fact, from 2007 to 2022, we saw electricity tariffs quadruple in amount. So in other words, your electricity, you're paying 4 times the amount you were paying in 2007. And how many of us have seen our salaries quadruple during that time? How many of us, in real terms, have we seen the monies that we need to live in our homes actually increase so that we can accommodate that? And those of us here are part of the privileged few. There's many, many others who aren't able to travel here and be part of this and who are suffering far greater than that. So I think what I would just like to comment on is that we are seeing an extension of this Koeberg nuclear power station at the moment. The government is busy consulting on that. It's happening this weekend and the weekend after that. If you are in Cape Town or if you're interested, I encourage you to raise your voice and to raise awareness, and I'm sure Lydia is going to be talking more about that soon. I also want to draw attention to the fact that the government's planning to bring in even more nuclear power. And the Hinkley power station in the UK, does anyone know how much over cost that's running at the moment? We're talking about 35 billion pounds, which I don't even know what that translates to in rand. It's already double its cost. It's not finished yet. And they keep pushing it out. It's double the length of time that it would take to construct that power station. So when our government talks, even now today, about new nuclear power in its latest IRP, you know that they're still not taking us seriously. They're still not taking the issues that we are suffering seriously. They're not looking seriously at the energy crisis and what they can do to help South Africans living in this situation. And that's why, alongside the Green Connection, who you just heard, we took the government to court in order for them to do better integrated energy planning. We want to see the workings. How do they come to the decisions that gas off the coast is a good idea for South Africa? How do they come to the decision that we need more nuclear power? Because if you can look into that, and it should be accessible to all of us. This isn't something that's meant to be done behind closed doors. We should be able to find out that information and understand it. That's their duty to us as elected politicians. So I think these are all things that I just wanted to put into the mix today. I think there's a lot of concerns that we have. And it's just been announced now, as I was coming up onto the stage, that this year's electricity is going up by 12.74%. Who can afford that? That's more than double our inflation. So this is serious. It's a major crisis. I'm extremely disappointed that no one has bothered to come and attend. We might make a lot of noise, but the noises that we're making are super important, and I want us to continue to try and work together. And yeah, let's continue this conversation. Thank you all so much.
Hi, everybody. Thank you to Open Secrets for organizing this, and thank you to all the speakers for your moving and heavy testimonies that we've heard today so far. My name's Maya Nangle. I'm at SAFSI with Francesca. And the communities that we work in recognize the importance of caring for the environment and the use of resources in a sustainable manner, And also, all the multi-faith nature of our work means that we have a theme of social justice and equity, and emphasizing the fact that both the benefits and the burdens of the energy sector must be distributed fairly amongst all sectors of South Africa. We are currently in a poly-crisis. We know that it's a climate crisis, at the same time an economic crisis, an energy crisis, and the energy sector does play an important role in this as well, especially the way that it contributes to the climate crisis, and also the obvious connection with access to energy in terms of our human rights and things like access to healthcare and service delivery and education and all of these basic needs. So we can see that social justice is very much linked with energy justice. So I'm just going to be talking about some of the work that we've been doing in communities across South Africa, and the different ways in which these communities are impacted by the energy profiteers. So as Francesca was talking about a little bit, we work in the Cape Town area, predominantly focusing on the nuclear issue, and the fact that Koeberg is currently trying to get a 20-year extension onto its lifespan. But I know that Lydia is going to be covering more about that, so I'm not going to go on about that. We also work in the community surrounding Falputz in the Northern Cape. Falputz is the radioactive waste disposal site for South Africa. And so in working with communities in that area, these communities feel that they've been actively excluded from any decision-making process around the site. Falputz, for example, was established in 1983, and the local communities were only contacted by the National Nuclear Regulator in 2003. And this continues until today. Communities, the number of community members that can attend the Public Safety Information Forum meetings are limited, and communities members just feel that they're being met with an air of secrecy. There's no transparency and accountability. And this is around a site that is housing radioactive materials that remain toxic for thousands of years. And there were leaks detected in 1997. The license was revoked and then given back. So yeah, that's just some of the challenges that are happening in that community, and also just recognizing now at the time that if Koeberg was to be extended for another 20 years, that would be another 20 years worth of waste going there. We've also been working in some communities in KZN, in the area of Kokstad, and these communities surrounded by mines speak of the environmental degradation, the air and water pollution, the impact on health that we've been hearing about today, but also at the same time speak about the economic benefits to the community and the importance of development. But when you question a little bit further, you start to hear that these aren't long-term improvements, but short-term jobs, low-paid work, not an opportunity for growth or upskilling within these jobs. And is that really worth the longer-term impact on the environment and health? And what we're seeing is the cycle of poverty being reinforced in these communities. And we're seeing the profiteers that we're speaking about today preying on desperate communities that have been systematically marginalized historically. Then moving on to the Karoo, which we know is an extremely water-stressed area. And in these areas have been earmarked for fracking, which is also a water-intensive form of gas extraction, and also results in groundwater contamination, which will also a challenge for communities in the Karoo. And historical uranium mining has shown radioactive dust blowing far across the Karoo beyond communities that are expected to be impacted by it. So for example, in Marvaville, one of the communities that we are working in their IDP, uranium mining is identified as an area for development. Then in Graafrenet, as well as the impact of the mining, I think it's also just to speak about how this community is viewing the just transition. Because as we've spoken about the just transition, or as Neville was saying, the just transition is something that is already being co-opted by our friends over here who aren't here. And one of the faith leaders that we work with there said that a wind farm had been established outside of Graafrenet, but that nobody in the community had been involved in this project, nobody in the community was benefiting from it, and that none of their power or energy problems had been solved by this. And so there's a disillusionment with the just transition as a solution to any of the existing problems. Also in Nopoort, another community also in that area, community land that was for the community was handed over to the municipality with the intention that it should be used for community activities, but this land has now been allocated for privately owned wind and solar power, and still no benefit to the community, who still experience extreme load shedding and lack of service delivery and water shortages. And so in all of these cases, we see division in the communities, and those who are opposing the mining and other activities are seen as anti-development. But as Mishak was saying earlier, Africa is rich, but who benefits? So the most important thing to always ask is who is benefiting from these activities, and who is bearing the burden? And so I think the experience that's highlighted across all of these communities is one of intentional poor communication and also of empty promises. We see corporations coming in and informing communities about projects, and there's no proper or meaningful public participation or involvement of communities in decision-making processes. Information that is shared is high-level academic English, not provided in the local languages, not summarized or made accessible in any form for communities to meaningfully engage with, while promising the opportunity of jobs without saying that these jobs are often short-term or low-paid, dangerous jobs. And we're seeing the resulting environmental degradation and no rehabilitation, no accountability, and no transparency. And at the end of the day, as Francesca was saying, the electricity prices are rising, and the very communities who are impacted can't afford electricity. So in summary, the climate crisis requires a comprehensive approach, and the energy sector does play a pivotal role in that. And we need to have communities involved in decision-making processes, and we need to put people over profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maya. Thank you very much, and also thank you very much for going into detail and telling us about the work that the organization does. Important points coming from their input, especially around the issue around access to electricity and how expensive electricity is. Thank you for flagging that, and also flagging South Africa's plans around pursuing nuclear power, and also the legislation that's happening in Parliament, and people to really participate in those decision-making processes. Up next is African Climate Alliance. I'm going to call upon Gabriel Klesen, Sibusiso Mazomba, Sarah Robin Farrell. Please come up to the stage.
Surely justice will prevail. Amanda! Amanda! Amanda!
Before we begin, I want us to acknowledge something
deeply powerful. We've heard through, I wouldn't just call it a poem, but the expression of power earlier today, the trauma that our country holds. But I would like us to take a moment and look where we are right now. Look where we are. Look beside you. 30 years ago, we could not do this. And now we can. Change is inevitable. Those who refuse to change, we are in Community House, specifically the Ashley Kirill Hall. And for me as a young individual, looking at that face at the end of the hall here, it is powerful to be in this space. But it also resonates quite deeply because many activists, Bazooka, Mamvikile, many are unable to join us because they've been taken down. They've been silenced. Well, not silenced, actually. There was an attempt to silence them. They were killed. That's what happened. But their voice lives on. So before we begin, I would ask just for a moment of silence for all those fallen comrades.
My name is Sibusiso. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sibusiso Mazamba.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sarah Robin Farrell.
My name is Gabriel Klaassen. Together, we are here today from the African Climate Alliance, a youth-led grassroots movement-based organization acting and advocating for Afrocentric climate justice. As young people in South Africa, we have a vision for our future, a future where those in power make the health and welfare of all South Africans a priority. Currently, the poorest and most undeserved in our society bear the brunt of our government's limited actions on climate change and environmental degradation.
As we've heard about today, climate change caused mostly by the burning of fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and gas has already caused an economic and humanitarian crisis in South Africa. Devastating floods, widespread droughts worsened by climate breakdown, crushing our agricultural sector, leaving towns running out of water, causing so much death and displacement. But it is not climate change alone that is our concern today. It is the current and historic injustices caused by fossil fuels like coal, and we've heard much about these today. The removing of people from their land, the health problems caused by polluted air, water, and soil.
And this is why we are not just representing our organization today. We represent the youth of South Africa, as well as young people from the Cancel Call campaign, specifically. Cancel Call is a youth-led movement led by the African Climate Alliance, Vugani Environmental Movement, as well as Groundwork. The campaign calls for an end to new coal in South Africa, as well as supporting the landmark legal case of the same name, represented by the Center for Environmental Rights. This is the first time in history that youth have led a climate change constitutional court case against the government of South Africa, and shows how serious we are as youth to build a better present and future without the chokehold of fossil fuels. The legal case is a constitutional challenge to the South African government and its plans to introduce 1,500 megawatts of additional coal-fired power electricity, the equivalent of 3 to 4 large power plants. We are asking the court to put a stop to the government's call for development of this new coal capacity.
As we've heard today, those who live on the coal front are already suffering beyond imagine, through extreme health problems because of poor air quality around coal-fired plants and more. Air pollution from coal-fired power stations kills more than 2,200 people in South Africa every year, and causes thousands of cases of bronchitis, asthma in adults and children annually. And we heard firsthand how that's being used as an excuse to continue polluting. Oh, it's just hay fever, it's just sinus. No, it's people's lives. This costs the country more than 30 billion rand annually through hospital admissions and lost working days alone. The proposed new coal development threatens the constitutional rights of people in South Africa, both now and for future generations to come. This includes the right to a healthy environment, the best interests of the child, and the right to life, dignity, and equality. The human rights violations will especially affect young people and women. It already is. Building new coal power stations does not align with or support global efforts to stop the climate crisis from happening, or worsening rather, shall I say. It has been proven that there is no reasonable or justifiable reason to build new coal power plants, especially because renewable energy is far more affordable, cleaner, and less harmful.
We are not blind to the fact that our leaders are among those benefiting the most from coal investments. But those who have the largest financial stake also have the ability to enable a shift. And so we cannot be complicit while entire ecosystems fall apart and poor working class people and the youth suffer under climate injustice. South Africa, as we know, has a high unemployment rate of more than 70%, a sign, if any, of our coal-powered capitalist crumbling economy. By prioritizing a just transition to non-monopolized renewable energy and implementing equitable, nature-based and restorative solutions, millions of new jobs could become available while providing a solution to our climate and ecological problems.
And that is why, as the youth of South Africa, we don't just say no more coal. We have solutions. We have a vision for a society without the dangers of coal. A world where people are prioritized over profit and the future is safeguarded for future generations.
A nation that has gone through a comprehensive and genuine, just energy transition, where coal-affected communities have been upskilled and new jobs have been created, where South Africans can actively participate in a true green economy.
A country where there is active and strengthened public participation through meaningful inclusion of women, youth, and all other marginalized groups in decision-making processes that affect them.
But as young people tackling coal, we know that it cannot stop there. It must extend to moving away from oil and gas. According to Don't Gas Africa, a campaign led by African civil society to ensure that Africa is not locked into fossil fuel gas production, fossil fuel-induced energy apartheid in Africa has left over 600 million Africans without access to modern, clean, renewable energy. South Africa is no stranger to this. At the same time, in May 2021, the International Energy Agency, the IEA, concluded that expanding fossil fuel exploration must end and that no new natural gas fields were needed beyond those already under development. And that if we are to remain below the 2 degrees Celsius that the Paris Agreement says we must stick to, we have to prevent climate catastrophe to no more than 1/3 of proven reserves of fossil fuels can be consumed by 2050 or prior to 2050.
Much of this oil and gas is said to help our economy. We've heard that before. But we know that much of it is actually for export and for the extractive greed of the global north. We refuse to let Africa be the global north's gas station. The likes of the successful court case against Cell Seismic Surveys has shown the impact that gas exploration alone can have on communities, small-scale fisherfolk, and South Africa at large.
As we've already noted, scaling up cost-effective, clean, decentralized, and socially owned renewable energy is a clear solution. However, we must also keep in mind passive design and energy efficiency policies, something which is in any case historically been a cornerstone of African natural building techniques. We also need to consider tech recycling, has been mentioned before today, and ethical social labor practices to reduce the environmental, social, and mining footprint of renewable tech. We have seen the power of South Africa in the international space, standing against the Israeli government's genocide of the Palestinian people. But Israel too has had a hand in the Congo, where people continue to face their own war and genocide over resources, including cobalt, which not only power our laptops and phones, but green tech. This speaks to the fact that this is not simply about transitioning from one energy source to another, but transitioning, as we have heard many times, justly, without sacrificing people in the name of profit and growth. We seek just transitions, plural, and that also extends to our foreign policy. We cannot seek development at the risk of all of our destruction. A recent study has also provided insight into how South Africa can use transition to renewables to boost our local manufacturing by making local components and parts. And it highlights how many South African companies do actually have the capacity to ramp up this production. Yet we have not seen enough, if any, action to plan this, just more complicity in the status quo for the sake of profit.
What we are calling for exactly is a transformative, people-led just transition that involves rapid social, economic, and political change in order to achieve energy democracy and to deliver on renewable energy assets into the hands of the people and communities in South Africa, but also beyond on the continent. South Africa has the opportunity to not only transform our situation at home, but to be a leading force for change in Africa. And as the biggest emitters on the continent, we owe it to our planet, our people, and future generations to come.
That is why, as young people, as a part of the African Climate Alliance, our vision is to build a grassroots climate justice movement in Africa, where youth are equipped with Afrocentric social environmental education to act, advocate, and achieve climate justice in their communities. We do this through building environmental literacy in young people, advocating through policy, court cases, and more, and taking to the street to demand action and change. We will continue to demand energy democracy and an end to the energy poverty that we see as part of our broader march for system change, where we aim to address the interlinking need for energy, water, housing, and food access for all, an end to injustice. Nothing happens in isolation, nor can it be solved that way. It is not just those in leadership positions at the top echelons of society that have the power. The power, both literally and figuratively, belongs to us, the people.
Power to the people. Power to the people. 'Cause the people got the power. 'Cause the people got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? Tell me, can you hear it? Getting stronger by the hour. Getting stronger by the hour. Power! Power! People! People! Power to the people. Power to the people. 'Cause the people got the power. People got the power. Tell me, can you see it? Tell me, can you see it? Getting stronger by the hour. Stronger by the hour. Power! Power! People! People! Power to the people. Power to the people. 'Cause the people got the power. The people got the power. Tell me, can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it? Getting stronger by the hour. Getting stronger by the hour. Power! Power! People! People! Amanda! Amanda! Amanda!
Thank you.
Thank you to the African Climate Alliance. Hello. I think you managed to wake up the room. People are suddenly chatting. Thank you. We're going to have our last testimony from Project 90 by 2030. Project 90 by 2030 is an environmental and social justice aimed at advocating for the just energy transition in South Africa. The organization's name and mission is based on the idea proposed in HEAT by George Monbiot, which demands a 90% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 to avert catastrophic and widespread loss of human and non-life as well as an entire ecosystem. I'm going to call to the stage Lydia Peterson and Sipokazi Kumbusa. Power to the people. I didn't get the other lines. Power to the people. Thank you. Oh, people got the power. Yeah. And song by the hour. Thank you, Kumasi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, my word. Good afternoon, everybody. Wow. I've had 2 shots of lemon and ginger, and I'm all for it now. Maya, I'm here, I'm ready. Okay, thank you for the lovely intro of Project 90 by 2030. And I'm Lydia Peterson, and I represent that organization here today. She also mentioned that the organization is an environmental justice organization, inspiring and mobilizing South African society towards a sustainably developed and equitable low-carbon future, and that is who Project 90 by 2030 is. They collectively worked with other organizations, renowned organizations, let me put it that way, like SAFC, the Green Connection, EarthLife Africa, Johannesburg, and the Quebec Alert Alliance, of who I am the spokesperson. I don't hear that. It is a loose connection of environmental as well as anti-nuclear activists. So today, my segment will focus on nuclear energy. And it is a topic that very few of us know about. And we have mobilized and tirelessly in the communities to address not only the climate crisis, but nuclear issues as well. So let's go and see where we get at. So today, as I said, I will speak on nuclear and how it favors the powers in charge and not the poor and vulnerable of our society. People have told me countless times, and I have proof of that on a video, that I am too confrontational and I'm too in your face. But I believe in confronting the truth, as my silence will be a betrayal to the vulnerable and disadvantaged communities out there. So the government is pushing for more nuclear, and the planned extension of the Quebec nuclear plant will inevitably place a huge burden on already cash-strapped communities. I cannot seriously understand how they can do this. Oh no, this is not part of the presentation, it's just coming up here quickly. So the planned extension is being done since 2022. They've started to refurbish the plant at a cost of, to be quite honest with you, it's 20 billion or 20 million, but it's a hell of a lot of money. So it's been in the planning, so Unit 1 and Unit 2 came online respectively 1984 and 1985. So Eskom wants this plant to continue. The government, which is Eskom, wants the plant to continue for another 20 years. So the narrative from the government and the pro-nuclear lobbyists says that nuclear is the cheapest and cleanest form of energy, and that seems to defy the logic. The planned extension of Quebec is shrouded in secrecy. Information to communities is not accessible to make an informed decision or a choice whether we need to say yes to the extension of this plant. If I look at the amount of waste, nuclear waste, that is stored at that plant, which the NNR in their regulatory, I think it's section 47 says that it should not be at a plant, a generating plant, because it is highly radioactive and it is dangerous. The other levels of waste, which will be the low level and the intermediate level, is taken to Valpoort in the Northern Cape. And they say that that is a storage facility. I say it is a dump site, because you cannot not involve the communities that lives around that plant and just decide for 30 odd years, yeah, we're going to take it there. So when I personally and other civil organizations have said to the NNR, to ESCOM, to NEXA, have these communities been involved, consulted about this? They just shrug their shoulders. And then they would tell me also in a nice way that this is the legacy of the apartheid era. And then my answer would be back to them, but you are continuing with it. You are allowing these communities to be subjected to highly radioactive waste coming to their communities, and they have no say at all. So recently at COP28, more than 20 countries made a pact to triple nuclear energy build, as the world is trying to meet net zero emissions. Nuclear has the game changer stamp on it, and how I wish personally that the world will realize their thirst for nuclear power will burden many generations with dangerous radioactive material for thousands of years. This is no ordinary waste that you can just, if you look at yourself in the kitchen, ladies and gents as well, you take your waste out of your house, you put it in a bin, and the refuse collector will come on a Monday or any other day to come and collect it. This is not that kind of waste that you can just put in a bin and let it go. If we say that we have to reduce our waste disposal on dump sites because of the methane emissions, what more do we have to say for nuclear waste that's being dumped on people's doorstep in the Northern Cape and on our doorstep here in the Western Cape at Koeberg, which is about 30 kilometers from here? So there are public hearings going on from Saturday, the 3rd, the 10th, and the 17th, where the public has the opportunity to say that no, we do not want this nuclear plant to continue. Because first of all, there is no information available to the public, notwithstanding what civil society via Save Bantam's Clip and SAFSI has done over the last couple of months, and with Project 90 also working side by side in getting the information that we need to make these rational decisions where we say it must be the people before profits. I will not be long. I just want to tell you something like this. So I am on a lot of Zoom meetings, and where I discuss with communities about the just energy transition, what is our power mix, our energy mix, and how the energy is generated. Because many people just think it's about a light switch that you switch on and do not think, where does it come from? How is our energy generated? And my granddaughter, who is 6 years old, and then I would say coal, and I would say this, and I would say that, and she picked up that I would favor renewables. She picked up on that. And then she said, but why don't you talk about that nuclear boom? And why don't you talk about all the other things? So I said, but that is too costly. There's corruption. So she said, is it like stealing? So I said, on the spot. It's like stealing. So she said to me, so why don't they go for renewables, which is solar and wind? And I'm like, okay, that's a good question. So I said to her, well, that's debatable because I'm not in power to make that decisions. Because we have an energy minister that continuously say, like, look, we're not going to uncap this renewable sector, we're not going to do that. So she said to me, I know why they want nuclear. Because they can steal. And the other thing, Marla dear, what they can do, they cannot steal the sun and the wind. So that is why they don't want it. That comes from the mouth of a 6-year-old. So she knows what's going on. So our current energy mix does not bode well for the climate crisis we are facing. More cost-effective energy solutions are possible. Centralized renewable energy sectors will lift the poor and the vulnerable above the poverty line. The current cost for electricity and the new IRP 23, which we alluded to before, includes more gas and nuclear, will surely cripple the economy further and irretrievably so. I say fossil fuels, leave them in the ground, let sleeping dogs lie. This current trend will see many communities leaving ESCOM behind to embrace renewable technologies. So the lack of energy provision and access clearly infringe on the constitutional and human rights of many. That was the last question in compiling your presentation. So our constitution ensures us of a right to a dignified life. However, the greed for profits sees the lives of many burdened by poor or no access to electricity. The continued push for costly energy sources like nuclear, oil and gas robs vulnerable communities from cost-effective energy solutions. So what does the community do? What is the role of Project 90 and other organizations in the communities? I think CER is still in the building. So I'm part of the class of 22, where I was part of the Rights and Remedies project. So for a month, we were shared information, we were interrogated as to what procedures needs to be followed. And I can stand here today and say that helped me to do mitigation, to learn about the NEMA, the National Environmental Act, how to engage with communities, strengthening them, capacitate them, building them to push back the powers that is profiting and not us. And the necessary to capacitate everyone, like I said, communities benefit from these capacity building sessions on how to be interveners and do comments and submissions when comment periods are announced. This assists communities in realizing who holds the power, Maya, and the role players, which are the profiteers. And that is my submission for today. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sipokazi Kumboza, and I'm a representative of Project 90, and I reside in Khayelitsha. My journey at Project 90 began in 2019 when I participated in their youth engagement program named You Lead. That is where my activism began. We were taught about climate change, and my eyes opened. Now, I would like to tell this house about the challenges that we face as residents of Khayelitsha due to load shedding. I've been a resident of Khayelitsha for all my life. That is where I was born and raised. Many people know Khayelitsha for its high crime as well as the unending poverty. However, that place is my safe space. That is where I belong. The history and identities that I share with fellow community members propel me forward and ignite the fire in me of wanting better for us. Because I know we deserve more. We deserve freedom from the criminality of coal, of fossil fuel, of oil and gas. We deserve to be seen, heard, and prioritized. When the lights go off, life stops for us at Khayelitsha. Will it just stop living for what? For 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours? It depends on how lucky we are. I'm using the word lucky because the aim of electricity is to provide energy efficiency. It is to provide reliable energy for all of us. However, that is not how we see it at Khayelitsha. That is not how we are experiencing it. We feel as if we are being borrowed the electricity. Now, the problem with being borrowed electricity, is that it disrupts lives and makes people. The problem with being borrowed electricity is that it disrupts lives and brings misery to our people. Shops that are owned by people who try all means necessary to make an honest living for themselves and fend for their families lose money each and every day because of the load shedding. Now, disadvantaged people find themselves seeking alternatives that are not healthy. Now, despite having used their last 10 rands to purchase electricity that will only last a day, they also need to borrow more money for paraffin and candles, just so they could light and cook or starve for the next few hours. The thing about these alternatives is that they are more of a damage than a solution. For the past years, Khayelitsha has been under fire. Umlilo uyagqugqisa pha, uyatshisa kwanto. Abantu beshiyeka belahlekelwe yimizi yabo. Kwamanye amatyeli bubomi. The number one case of these fires is the candles as well as paraffins. In 2017, my older brother got his first stable job. He was very excited, we all were. We knew that life would change for us. We knew that we'd start having things we never had. So he started saving up because he wanted to make us, all of us, he wanted to make everyone proud. End of 2017, he bought a flat screen, a stove, couches, a DSTV. And oh, we were so happy. God had answered our prayers. Our house looked and felt like a home. I guess we were way too quick to rejoice because sometime in 2018, as we were watching Scheme Sam, the switch was off. It was load shedding. We were not alarmed by that. That was nothing new. But this time around, this switch came with a burning smell. That was our decoder. That was our flat screen. It was all gone just like that. Till this day, we have not picked ourselves from that. Because my mom is unemployed and I'm a student, there's no way I can be able to replace that. Till today, we have no means to replace those things. We were not alone in that tragedy. 5 of our neighbors also lost their things. And the sad part is that no one was held accountable. I can tell you today that coal, fossil fuel, oil, and gas are enemies of progress. They destroy. 29 years ago, 29 full years of democracy. Yet there are people in South Africa who do not have access to safe electricity. It saddens me to see people risking their lives to just access their basic human right. The dignity of the disadvantaged people in South Africa is destroyed by the very same people who promised to restore it. Imagine being labeled as a criminal for wanting what is rightfully yours. As we will be clocking 30 years of democracy, we need to tread carefully and prioritize people as well as the environment. All the time, we need to keep in mind that access to affordable electricity is key for economic activity and education. If we want to change the situation in the location I live in, access to reliable electricity is a must. I thank you.
I'm going to break now. Thank you. We're going to go for a comfort break, but before that, the panel is asking if comrades and colleagues here had a bit of time to ponder on the question that they had posed earlier. Does anyone want to take?
Thank you. Okay, my name is Meshek Mangula. I think what the question that you have posed is very important because what it tells us is that, to me, it tells that is the problem that we are having is we are working fragmented as different NGOs, organizations, so what CR or Open Security have done today is to say, coming together, whether you are whatever on NGO, it's very important because now, as we speak, there's a group that talks about oil and gas, and there are very few, and when they go and march, no much impact that is happening. Other groups are talking about fishermen, and very little that is happening because there's no support from all of us. This fragmentation that is happening, the government, the capitalists are happy about it because we are really not giving impact in fighting against them. And they are always together, G20, G whatever, G7 and so on, planning against us. So now it's very important. Right now we are talking about amendment bill, electricity amendment bill, IRP being amended. Are we not, why not coming together and comment or put one information about that? That is, we want IRP to talk about solar. We want IRP to talk about clean energy. And when we talk about electricity, we should be able to, as all, because we have one common goal as all of us here, to fight these capitalists, to make a change for communities. But definitely sure, we are not supporting each other, we work fragmented. No, it's groundwork, I don't work with groundwork, it's whatever and so on. That itself, the cracks that are there, the government, the capitalist is using them. So I suggest that is, what we have done, CR Open Secretary, it's very important to bring these all organizations here to say, look, I'm not sure how can we do that, but we need a paradigm shift to work to say, I understand gas and oil organization is fighting these things. Let's make sure we give support. And how do we go to and do that? Definitely sure, because you know, if you are doing something alone somewhere there and nobody sees you, it's like a tree falls into the bush and nobody even sees that tree, you know? And we don't even know that we are fighting oil and gas. We don't even know that we are fighting these issues. So I would say, I don't know, but see, I can't have a ways and means of saying, let's have a connection of these organizations so that we can easily engage and support on those issues. What is it that we are doing so that we can support? That's very important, but let's do away with fragmentation. Thank you.
Was there another hand? Going once. Going twice.
Hi, everyone. Renisa Mtsweni again. All right, when we speak about a just transition, what do I see, or what do I see for my community? I see the development of women. I see the development of my youth. I see the development of the LGBTQI community. I see us gaining knowledge, gaining skills that will develop us as young people. I do not see this thing of the capital system working anymore. I see women for governance. I see us standing there, having a voice, finding ways to develop the other generations to come. I'm not saying I'm against men, don't get me wrong, but what I'm saying is that we are the ones that are currently suffering because of everything that's happening in South Africa, and it's time that we benefit. Amandla.
All right, thank you very much. There's someone else? One last one. Okay, last two.
Hi, good day. My name is Joanne. I'm a member of the Housing Assembly. I'm staying in Plakkiesdorp in Delft. And the question I want to pose actually why the nuclear, it is a concern for us as Delft residents. Because in the emergency plan of Quebec, all areas that is included for emergency safety plan, those who are 16 kilometers in that area of Quebec, those are the communities that will be assist in emergency. And if you look at the emergency plan of Quebec and how they handle it in the previous time, when there was an emergency in other countries with the nuclear, it didn't it was not successful. So that same method is what they're going to use when the emergency starts in Quebec. And for us as communities that is in that surrounding areas, that's not been informed and that is not in that emergency plan, it's a real concern. Because if the dome of the nuclear plant have a crack in and it's not been fixed, because it can't be fixed, it needs to be removed, because it is a danger to the communities. Because as the speaker said, the radiation is a danger, and that is what the communities experience. It brings cancer, it brings different diseases, and nothing's been done. And they talk about the safety to remove people when the dome gonna explode. The same thing is what happened in the other country when the atom bomb went off. There was not a real emergency plan. And I think we as communities, as residents, we need this information because it's our democratic right to have this information, and this information are hide because we can't even participate when it comes to this information. If you look at Quebec, a certain criteria need to can go in there. It's through Project 90 that we know this information, and it must reach all these Western Cape communities, because they are only serving the capitalists, the bourgeoisie, with this information. They are protecting those bourgeoisies that are staying around the Quebec. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, comrades, for the presentations and that. But you know, I want to agree with the comrade was saying that we need to connect and work in solidarity, our different communities, because you know we work in isolation, and it's not serving the interests of the poor. Because what we've seen in communities, I'm from Housing Assembly as well. We work in different communities, and you know, most of the areas that we work is informal settlements, but it's not just informal settlements, different types of housing. And we've seen so many houses that's burned down because people can't afford electricity, and the easier way is to make a fire outside. And like the comrade was speaking about what they are losing in these fires. And you know what? We're talking about alternatives in communities, but we don't see any alternatives. Even if there's new developments happening within communities, there's nothing that we can say that, you know, there's alternative to these new developments. It's just here and there you will see these solar panels within new projects that is happening. But you know, the core, the problem that we have in communities is those communities who can't afford. And electricity, I heard the comrade saying, is going up by 12%. Now in Western Cape, we even pay an extra charge on electricity. So how is it going to affect us? And I think we need to make a noise and not wait for NERSA to come, because NERSA is not serving the purpose of us. Because we've done so many submissions and nobody's coming back to say if some of our submissions were accepted, you know, or declined, or whatever the case may be. It's just been passed through, and we must agree and rubber stamp and just go complain later. So I think with this current now, with this electricity is going up, there needs to be action also on this thing. Thank you.
I agree with what most of the comrades have said. Being united and having one voice is very much important, particularly given the fact that we are all advocating for the same issue, and we work with communities that are directly affected by these issues. So for me, particularly, what I would envision the just energy transition to be would be to see our country being free of fossil fuels, transitioning away from fossil fuels, and bringing in projects that are not going to put in the livelihoods of those communities that are in areas that are coal dependent and in areas that are affected by oil and gas. So it should ensure that people's livelihoods are not affected and that they are able to live with the energy that would be provided, which obviously would be sustainable, not energy that would contribute to the climate crisis that we already see a lot of people currently struggling with, particularly here in South Africa. We're seeing KZN, people have, they've been struggling with floods. We see Eastern Cape. So those are the things that we really need to take into account and try to avoid, and try as much as we can to literally have one voice and try to raise these issues on bigger platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaiah Mumbilo. I'm the chairperson of the Congolese Youth Society of South Africa. The only thing I want to notice to everybody that this fight is not a South Africa fight. And you never win if you fight in your corner. Because the force behind this implementation of a nuclear power and transition energy, I think we need to make a proper plan of solidarity around the continent. If we don't do so, I think we're going to fight the fight we never win. Because if you see all the companies who are behind this, they are not operating only in South Africa, they are operating around the continent of Africa. And if South Africa fail to implement properly, it means you're giving the door for the implementation of a nuclear power station to other African countries, which is going to collapse the entire continent. So this fight is not a joke. And when people are coming to make sure they are fighting, they must remember that it's going to be something which the next generation waiting for us to win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues and comrades. Unfortunately, we have to break, and then the panel will come back and report feedback to us. And then in that session, hopefully we'll get some time to go through some of the inputs and the Q&A. So let's break now and come back into this hall at 4:20. Yes. I did mention that we have an art exhibition. It's in that hall next to where we were having lunch in Imam Harun. Please do pass by and see some of the amazing work curated by our colleagues. What time is it now? It's 3:30. What time do you want to come back? 4. 4 o'clock. And we mustn't fight, ne? 4 o'clock. All right. Okay, let's come back at 4 o'clock.
They're going to fight us when we say 4, it's time, but anyway.
Bank credit card and experience the most valuable rewards.
Afternoon, afternoon. Are we ready to begin? All right, thank you so much for coming back. I see some empty seats. This is the last session. Thank you so much for being with us until this far. We are going to get feedback from the panel. They've been listening this whole morning and afternoon. They will share some of their observations and recommendations. Just to also say that after they do that, we will open the floor again for colleagues and comrades to ask some questions and give their input. So I'll just hand it over to the panel just to give us some of their thoughts, and then we can have a discussion after. Are you guys ready? Thanks, Zen.
Thanks. Hello? 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 Oh, yes, there we go. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Tlogonolo. We found ourselves breathing in and out a lot in the boardroom. I think today it took us up and down. There were moments of hope, and there were moments of pain, and moments of possibility, and moments of fatigue. There are moments of recognizing the progress that's been made in our country as we sit in a hall where we wouldn't have been able to be sitting years ago, and then moments of silence for fallen comrades over the years of a fight. And as we fight to defend our democracy now, especially in a time when there's transition, we felt in this room that there's a hunger and an energy to not miss the moment to do that. And I think, if not now, then when, quite literally, as you can get the sense from the room that it feels as though our continent is being cut up again. I always say this, for energy. And it is a vying, fast-moving battle that's been going on for years and is picking up speed as there's this moment for change. And so I think as the panel, the stories has taken us from the very, very north of our country, where quite tellingly, one of the quotes said, "You can't see the sunset because there is so much smoke." If there was ever a sobering line to capture everything that was shared by the lived experiences, that was something that was quite chilling, I think, for all of us. And to move from that part of the country all the way to quite literally the other part of the country, where fishing communities are fighting for land that has always been theirs, for livelihood that's always been theirs, and Shell and Total have been given permission to drill into that. And I think almost in an unknowing way, we've traveled the country in the scene of an energy transition that currently isn't just. And with the new IRP, which so many people spoke to, doesn't bode well for our future as it currently stands. And I think for us as a panel, more than anything, we were here today to actively listen, to listen in a deep, concentrated way, and to take all of those things in. And I think we are still in the process, not I think, I know, we are still in the process of distilling all of that. And this is a step in an ongoing process, and we'll be writing up our recommendations after some thoughts and considerations and submitting that and releasing those following this. So I think just to highlight that as we engage in this last session, that, yeah, this is a piece of a puzzle, a dot, I think Liz was saying earlier, of trying to put together what is actually happening. And so I think as we do that, it's not easy to share And so we're grateful as the panel for everybody that was able to do that today. And I think the main thing that came through was that together it is possible to do something here and to do it now and to do it quickly. But do away with fragmentation was the one thing that came through. So I'll hand over first to my panelists, and then we'll open for questions and have a more broader discussion.
Thanks for that. So just, I mean, as has already been said, we want to start with just acknowledging, the compelling testimonies and stories of injustice, of the impacts on health and family and community, and of communities who are living within what one might call the sacrifice zone. And in our reflections, which is largely what I guess I'm going to reflect back to you in some sense. There were several commonalities within the testimonies that I think struck us particularly powerfully. One of these obviously is the health risks, the failures of minds and governments to abide by their obligations, the failure of government to regulate, to enforce, and to hold accountable corporations and themselves for the deaths of children, the illnesses that befall children, and the many, many tragedies that unfold across South Africa because of these abandoned mines. Not to mention the land loss, the land degradation, and the loss of livelihoods that so many communities suffer, whether it's from coal, oil and gas, or offshore exploration for oil and gas. It also is clear from the testimonies that people know and can see that profits are being put before the well-being of the people. There's a clear understanding that came through and a vision that individuals and communities have for what needs to be done. And those solutions are crucial. And it's crucial that we, and when I say we, I mean everybody, that's civil society, but obviously also government and corporations, actually listen to communities. And we had several examples here that were given of communities actually, finding their own solutions in the absence of interventions by government. There's a clear vision on what a just transition means for people. It's clear that what people want is a transition that is largely renewable, one which has just outcomes, which is inclusive of the needs and rights of women, that creates clean, green jobs. And I think importantly that people understand the just transition, not just as one that relates only to energy, but that it's actually an opportunity for us as a society to heal many of our afflictions and to build a better and stronger society and a more just society as a whole. So when we're talking about a just transition, we're not just talking about the energy sector, as I said. We're talking about health, we're talking about education, we're talking about women's rights, we're talking about the rights of other minorities, about employment. I think it was said by the youth from the Africa Climate Alliance, that these problems are, they're intermingled and you can't deal with them in isolation. They are systemic, and by that we mean that we have sort of an economic system and a social system that actually reproduces all of these inequalities and that produces these outcomes. And so we do need to tackle those underlying issues at a sort of systemic level. I think another point that came out quite clearly was the issue around governments and corporations, particularly the big extractives, that their interests are aligned, right? There are vested interests within the political system and the elite, and there's this kind of, I'd say, nexus of evil, really, between corporations and governments, which goes beyond just who funds which political party and so on. It's actually a fundamentally corrupt and corrupting relationship. And it raised the question, as we're thinking about this, as to why are these special relationships, why they're always between or reserved for corporations and governments? Why do we not have a special relationship with our own governments in a democracy? Why is it reserved for the heads of big corporations and for kind of the minerals energy complex? And we're calling it the mineral energy complex because that's how it's referred to in the Open Secrets report, which I'm sure you've all seen. And that complex is and historically has been, particularly in South Africa, has been largely responsible for the socioeconomic crisis that we find, for the inequalities, and it doesn't and never has served the people. Now that we have constitutional rights, it threatens those rights fundamentally, and it certainly does not serve the environment. And again, I think it was perhaps Green Connection that raised this point that this complex has sort of long since captured the state. So when we think of state capture, we do tend to think of it in these narrow terms. But I would say that, and I think we would reflect that by far the kind of more problematic state capture is the one where the entire state has been captured, and I think nobody has done that more effectively than big corporations and their interests. We also saw from the testimonies that many people presented how clear it is that in most instances the formal channels of engagement and the institutions that we have to engage with simply don't work, whether it's Parliament, NERSA, all levels of government. There were repeated testimonies about local government officials, parliamentarians, people from various institutions coming to communities, seeing what's going on, saying, oh, but this is terrible, and then leaving, never to return or to come back with any sort of assistance for communities. And so in many instances that really leaves our courts as the last kind of recourse. And that, is fundamentally and wholly insufficient. Because the reality is, again, in a capitalist society, the amount of justice you can expect is the amount that you can afford. And there simply aren't enough public interest lawyers in the country to deal with all of the threats that we face in this country with regard to oil and gas and coal and extractives and nuclear and fracking and all of these kinds of things. And so ultimately, You know, as I think people were saying towards the end of the session, the power really rests with the people. And how we harness that power through solidarity, through empowering each other, is going to be really critical in terms of how we actually confront the power that currently is vested in corporations and in government. We also noted that communities and NGOs, to a large extent, are really taking on the role that government should be playing in terms of policing corporations. But again, as was noted, what then happens is that communities and activists are intimidated, people are killed, and so there are severe consequences for communities who take on that responsibility. What we also hear from people is that what is going on is that people see what's going on, and people can see how funds are flowing. We understand how decisions are made. We understand who those decisions benefit. And we know that those decisions are not benefiting communities, people. They're not benefiting your children. They're not benefiting your neighbors, and they're not benefiting, citizens of this country. Yeah, so I think probably what I would have said now would be a repetition of some of what I've said before, but just before we move to the recommendations, I think the point that came out quite powerfully at the end was this need for solidarity for us as civil society, as activists, as communities involved in different struggles, to actively build that solidarity, And I would say building that solidarity even beyond those of us who work in the energy sector or are impacted by that, because there are public health movements, there are movements around education, there are a number of social movements who have not yet entered this space. And I think in the same way that, I mean, not to be grandiose, but in the same way that apartheid was overthrown by all of these social movements getting together and working together in spaces like this building. This building is one of the iconic spaces where that kind of movement building happened. I think that is something that as a country, we do have a history of having done before, and that we can do again. So with that, I'll say thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Huge thanks to Open Secrets for hosting this event, and to my fellow panelists. It's been a very interesting day for us, and thank you all for taking time to share your insights and advice in this process. So these are very immediate reflections, obviously, that builds on the work that many of us do all the time. So, but as Zen was saying, we're going to take some time to write this up properly and share this with everyone. So this report that Dalmi was referring to as well, just a word of thanks to Open Secrets publicly. I've said to you privately for doing this. It's been, I think it's an incredible contribution to what, is in constantly growing environmental, social, climate justice movement, right? And so...
Why are you clapping?
It's an extraordinary piece. I really encourage you to read it when you've got a moment. I learned stuff about our work, the work that I do, that I don't know. So it's really fantastic. So thank you so much for that. So, we sort of come up with about 5 recommendations, which is for Open Secrets to consider to take forward into their work. But it's actually all of our work, you'll hear as I describe it. And it really is an interesting question, is how can we all collaborate, including with Open Secrets, on some of these campaigns. So firstly, let me just say at the outset, clearly what this report alludes to and what all of us have spoken about today is really the need for a kind of structural reform of the way the global economy works, right? We've got the fossil fuel industry that's really incredibly influential and really determines the way decisions are made in government, how resources are used, and at the same time doing it in a way that doesn't benefit the planet and it doesn't benefit people. So there's a much larger context for this conversation that I think is important for South Africa as a country to participate in. There's a lot of conversations about reform of the international financial system, for example, that's been going on, and it's been supported by the South African government. So it's really an absolutely critical issue. The second is really about the rules applicable. You heard Liz speak about that from Green Connection, about how the rules are designed to favor the profiteers, the energy profiteers we're talking about here. And so there's really sort of two sides of that coin. One is that we need to make sure that we have a legal system that actually is appropriate for the world that we want. I don't think that's the case right now. I think it's definitely skewed, and you all said that today, to not get us the world that we want. And so at the same time, there is a huge amount of law reform going on right now around all of these issues. There are like 5 bills at least in Parliament, regulations being developed to facilitate further expansion of the fossil fuel industry. And so there's a huge need for all of us, and as many of us as possible, to defend what we have already, so to make sure we're not going backwards in the wrong direction. And we can also see, many of you spoke about that there are so many cases of us participating in processes and not succeeding, So we're trying to use the systems that are available to us, and yet it doesn't give us the result we want and we need. To link to that, very importantly, and you'll see that's one of the recommendations of the report as well, is transparency. I mean, we fight for transparency all the time. But it really, when it comes to energy, there is just so much money involved in these deals that it is absolutely vital that there is as much as possible information available. Contracts, everything that we need to be able to follow the money, as Liz was saying and as this report is saying. So that's really something perhaps that we can think about collaborating across, not just within the environmental sector, but with organizations like Open Secrets. Linked to that also is this issue of enabling and strengthening civil society's ability to challenge stuff, including in court, as Dalmi was saying. There's a huge imbalance, particularly with government's special relationship with corporate interests, and so making it feasible and possible and creating the statutory framework for us to be able to do that as civil society organizations is absolutely crucial. And I think we're seeing that in the global climate justice movement, where climate litigation has been one of the most effective tools that we've had to shift what's happening, away from fossil fuels. And unfortunately, I know it's not ideal, and that means we need a lot of lawyers. But the reality is that so far, it's been a very, very effective tool. On the issue of, there's a third very strong theme, which is around compensation. All of you talked about the losses that you are suffering today, every day, the opportunities that you're missing out on, the education that you're missing out on, the health costs you're having to incur. All of those issues are, and I mean, it's really pertinent when it comes to air pollution, but it goes beyond that. And think about the coastal communities, for example. And so I think there's an interesting challenge for us. I mean, clearly there's a moral claim for compensation. I think we're all comfortable with that. can we justify that from a legal point of view and actually take that further as a movement? So I think that's a very interesting piece of work for all of us. I mean, certainly we're thinking about it already in the context of air pollution. I know that's been many conversations already being had, but I think it's broader than that. And think what that looks like. You know, it doesn't necessarily come in the form of payouts. It could be other things, you know. So I think it's something interesting for us to think about. Number 4 is about people-centered solutions and really emphasizing what many of you said today here is about that communities really have so many great solutions for, and I mean, we saw that, you know, as part of the process for the Presidential Climate Commission as well. Pilani was expressed it so well. Ronessa expressed it so well, you know, how people have very clear ideas about what should work in their communities. And that is just such an asset, you know, to this transition. And then number 5 is about open democracy and how we preserve those civic spaces that we need to make sure that we have safe spaces where we can debate and make evidence-based, people-centered decisions. And you know, in South Africa, we criticize ourselves, but the reality is that we're actually doing not too badly on that front. You know, there are no police standing in the back of this hall, you know, like you find in other countries in our region when you have workshops. And that's just one example. You know, of course, it's not perfect, and we have a lot to improve. But it's a space that we can lose so easily, and we must defend it at every possible turn and watch for the attacks on that space and stand together. Meshak's point about solidarity, that's one of those issues that we absolutely must be a wall, you know, between all of us. And then finally, I'll just add to that the issue about, on the solidarity issue, that call for solidarity and acknowledging the solidarity that already exists. And that point I think Dalmi was making is what, when change happens, is when you have a very wide group of stakeholders whose interests are aligned around a particular issue, possibly for different reasons. And I think we're seeing a little bit of that around the IRP already, which is a very interesting development politically and otherwise. So yeah, I think those are the points that we've highlighted so far, in addition to what's already recommended in this fantastic report. Thank you so much for bearing with us and for all your time here today.
Yes, thanks to my panelists. I'll hand back to Little Khonolo for some questions from the room. But just to pull on a couple of pull quotes that came out from our discussion today, just to kind of summarize, not summarize, but to end off our input from the panel side, as we go off and think more about this and distill it and write it up and share it with everybody. I think it's fitting to quote people because, yeah, at some points you don't have words. So, but yeah, I think Africa is rich, but to whose benefit was that came out. Ghost towns, empty promises, tick box exercises. Corporations are always talking right and then going left. People are demanding affordable, clean energy. As much as communities are taking things into their own hands, the government needs to show up. If you pollute the air that people breathe, if you pollute the water that people drink, and if you destroy the land that people live on, how do you expect the people to survive?
Thank you, Zen, and thank you to the panel. We're going to open up the floor for some questions and inputs. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Yeah, I think mine is more just commentary about the day. I mean, I've been able to like grab a person here or there, but it's a deep thanks to everybody who shared today, and for those who didn't as well, for being active, passive listeners as well. I know active, passive sounds weird, but active in the sense that you are here showing up, but passive in the sense that you're not trying to claim the story. And I think sometimes in our activism, we find ourselves saying, oh, no, it's not, you know, I also struggle to see the sun. It's like, shut up. You don't. Do not claim the reality of someone else's story. And so I think I just want to appreciate the space, appreciate the comrades from Mpumalanga, the comrades from KZN, the comrades from across who have come to Western Cape today to share. Because as young people, we look to you. I know it sounds crazy because after all of this time, it's like we're still passing that baton that we've been talking about since '76. But the individuals in this room, the activists, the change makers, the comrades in this room have been genuinely passing that baton on. It's not a process of, here you go, bye-bye. It's, hey, actually, it's going to take a lot more than me just handing you something and leaving you be. Let's walk together. I've heard this today through just understanding what youth programs are going on throughout the space. Of course, I know Makua, I know this, I know that, I know what's going on, with where people are working with the young people, but just really understanding in depth what's going on. Which leads me to my second point. Please expect an email on Monday. But in all honesty, I'm humbled to be in this space. A massive thank you to Open Secrets for holding space for us today. Because I think sometimes we underestimate the power and the responsibility that it takes to open up a room for grievance, for sadness, for pain, for struggle, and then expect things to be civil. But I think today has really shown me that that is possible. And I wish that those seats in the front even had an intern from one of those departments or one of those places in it, because it would have given me just an inkling of like, cool, at least someone in that organization's mind has been changed. Unfortunately, they are not here. Or rather, fortunately, they are not here, because maybe that anger would have found them during lunch. But yeah, I'll leave it there. A massive thank you for the recommendations as well from our panelists, from our judges. Yeah, I think the format of today allowed for what needed to happen. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Retweeting, reiterating everything that Gabriel said. Thank you to Open Secrets and of course to all the organizations who are participating in the session today for the space for us to discuss some of the solutions, share challenges, share our hopes for a better future. And I'm so happy that today, one of the solid outcomes from the session was the agreement around the need for solidarity, a compact of sorts between civil society organizations to do the work together, because I think there isn't any single organization that's going to solve, all of South Africa's energy problems, socioeconomic, and all of them. That collaboration is something that is very key, and looking forward to, of course, keeping these conversations going, adding more people to the list that are already here, who also need to be in the space. I think on the point that I wanted to make, it was on the need for legal reform, and this is something that I've just been sitting with throughout the session, specifically on the environmental impact assessment, the EIA. I think the energy in the room has left me feeling very aspirational towards the law and how it needs to change in order to be responsive to the world that we are living in today. And I think how the EIA is being done, specifically on the public participation, I think that has been reduced so much to procedure and process that, you know, the real lived experience, the real inputs of communities are often not included. And that's, you know, allows the room for the tick boxing. And I think with that also comes the challenge of, you know, the communities being, you know, giving their inputs, having, you know, their inputs acknowledged, because then the AI process, given, you know, the public participation, that is, it's very driven by, you know, experts, people with technical expertise, that it leaves out, you know, the feelings and the emotions of communities. In Saldanha Bay, there was a case where, you know, there was manganese, pink particles all over the, you know, the neighborhood. But then because the experts said there is no, it's not dangerous, doesn't impact the health of the community, that decision was, you know, the voice of the community was completely left out of the process. So I'm just thinking about, you know, especially on the EIA, to change that public participation aspect of things. Because as it is, you know, it's just, you know, did you speak to the community? Did you speak to them in a language that they understand? The criteria is very, you know, it's very plain and simple and tick boxy, basically. So, you know, I think there's a need there for some sort of toolkit, you know, I don't know whether to call it a toolkit, that would, you know, speak to, you know, has the participation been meaningful? Because it's one thing to, you know, participate, but it's a completely different story to participate in a way that is meaningful, substantial to the decisions that come out of that. Because then, you know, and that was the word for today, on involving communities, being inclusive of different communities, you know, with the just transition. So I'm just, yeah, sitting with those aspirations and, you know, just putting out there, just, you know, to think about. Thank you.
A huge thanks from me too for a very powerful process. I think this has been really promising, and the trajectory looks excellent. A couple of comments on the recommendations. So around the issue of compensation, yeah, we need the legal reform so that claims for compensation can be more easily prosecuted and successful and become a way of doing things. But perhaps in addition to that, the concept of things like windfall tax, environmental taxes, social taxes and levies, the carbon tax alone won't be enough. And then also compensation, in a sense, is backwards looking for damage already suffered. So also to be forward looking for the costs of climate resilience, future costs of adaptation, for that more beautiful world that we do have a vision for. And the money sits in those profits that form part of the title of this session. So just start moving to a progressive way of getting that money from where it is to where it needs to be. Thanks.
Henny from Open Secrets, thanks very much, comrades, to everybody who made a contribution today. And I think, you know, that also inspired what the panel brought us in recommendations. But I wanted to tie in on the issue of compensation or reparations, because I'm interested to hear from the panel. You know, you've said we need to change the law. We all know that we're looking at energy profiteers and we have to hit them where it hurts the most, and that's where they make their money. But it seems like that's the obvious thing we need to do. But maybe can we ask you, are you going to give some more thought to how we could build a, you know, we're not asking you to build that movement, but to give us, I know that Zen had said you're going to give some more thought to, you know, putting things down on paper and so on. But one of the things we could maybe ask you to do is give a little bit of thought of how do we take that forward? Beyond saying these are 10 or 15 things in a toolbox, that's going to take much more collaboration across civil society, not in our little pockets of being too scared to work with one another, but collaboration if you're really going to take people on in terms of real reparations. And if that reparations agenda starts to drive us, I think there we're going to get into real conflict with the corporations and the political elites who are profiting from the status quo. So if we can get some more guidance from you, if you could take on that challenge, I mean, help lead us so that we can kind of build a conversation, I think, as a next step from here around that issue in particular, I think it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Just me.
Thanks. I just wanted to raise a small point. I think we, and maybe for the panel to consider, is the value of emotion. Is we've heard stories of suffering, and as humans, all of us are touched by that. Those people that are in the room never heard those stories, and they play in it's factual, it's law, and they're strong on that. But they forgot they were human, and they can be touched. And so I wanted to see what is part of the way forward is how do we turn them? And I wanted to leave us with an example. Many years ago, I was involved in organizing an asbestos summit to ban asbestos. We had the asbestos industry, we had the trade unions, we had affected communities in the room, we had government, etc. That one of the turning points of that summit was when some big corporate person stood up and said, well, you know, to make an omelette, you have to break eggs. And one of the community people stood up and said, well, I'm dying of asbestosis and I'm one of those eggs. And that was what turned the thing. And somehow I think we have to use our emotional, our humanness to push forward. So that's something for, I don't know how you do that, panel, but that's a thought.
Mondeni, amandla ezwelethhu. So I think there's a few recommendations that I would like to raise as well within the group. It is a peculiarity in 2024 that we speak so highly of an EIA. And when we know that in the developed world, they speak of ESIAs. How there is no lexical order in speaking about environmental social impact assessment rather than an environmental impact assessment speaks to how climate finance has kind of captured the conversation away from the social program towards solely the climate conversation. And it is, of course, the climate conversation is the social conversation as well. But when we speak about hurting where it hurts, project developers can make an enormous amount of money even if a project does not reach fruition. They can make money from developing the project. They can make money from selling the project to somebody else who will actually make it happen. They can make money from all sorts of things. So for them, taxing them at the end or doing any kind of post hoc process where they are punished at the end is not necessarily that important, especially for consultants. McKinsey doesn't get involved in whether the project happens or not. They make hundreds of millions of rands just consulting that, you know, potentially this may work, you know. So I think that it's material for us to hurt at the very conception of the project. The project development finance must be reflective of what we want the outcomes of the project to be. And then you force the whole process to be subjected to, I do not know, to be subjected to a compliance process that centers the communities. When we speak about reparations, again, we're speaking at the end of the line, right? We're allowing the original sin to happen in order for us to repair it, I don't know what the correct English is, at the end of the process. When you look at how communal land is costed, for example, some of these projects, in fact, most of these projects, especially the large, gigantic, unnecessary, centralized projects, they happen on communal land. At a certain point, you're going to meet a power line that goes over a servitude that's owned by a farm or by publicly owned land. Instead of us saying, let's deal with it at the end, again I say, currently the going rate for about 100 hectares in Limpopo is about 230,000 rands a month, which is ridiculous. It's cheaper than weed in Cape Town. You know, it's very, very bad. So you've got a situation wherein you are allowing these things to happen, man. And I think I want to move the conversation down the energy value chain a bit more so that we can deal with these problems before they need solutioning at a later stage. Thank you.
Hello. Oh. Okay.
Look, maybe while it's going, I can speak. Yes. Yeah, it's going to take some time. My name is Bongani Swarboy. This is my first time to be here or attend any environmental sessions. I've been observing the process of gathering of information from the beginning. Now we went through the process of now consolidating the information in terms of a report and the 5 recommendations. And the colleagues on the floor, we're trying to look at the gaps in terms of how do we actually kneel and get results. But what I'm also seeing is that when it comes to implementation, we might have a number of people becoming a noise. We make that noise. But it does not come enough, as all the gentlemen have said, start from the phase 1 to make an impact. What I want to suggest, I'm seeing a number of multidisciplinary professionals that are here or not present. Why is it possible that we can have this team, a selected team, and to deal with already hanging fruits, with what I mean by fruits, with those that are already identify projects that can able to deal with. Because we can have the report, we can have the recommendation, then we lack in terms of implementing the report. But a multidisciplinary team that is combines with different multi-professionals coming together, then we make the noise, and there's an implementation vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you. Very soon, the very same people that we invited here will be coming into our places for us to vote for them. They won't be saying, they can even jump behind the buggy to say, vote for me. And if they've managed to come here, they've come up with a better manifestation of what is it that we want. They would have gone out there to say, we need to write, we need to look at things that people want. But what does that tell us? It tells us we are on our own. As communities, NGOs, whatever. These people don't care about us. So what we suppose to have done, I think what is important is, we suppose to have made very serious pictures of these things. To say these are the people who are invited. And media-wise, they are not here. The last thing that we are going to do next week on the 7th, as Makua, we have invited the head of the political parties, you know, to be in the panel like that, and to find out whether they know what are the issues of, because most of people are affected by different things. So broader community is invited to raise their issues and say, do you understand what is it that we want? Because they sit down and ask, what do you call it, consultant to write them a manifesto and say, this is what is going to do for you and so on. These people, they are full of nonsense. You know, sometimes bullshit is bullshit. We need to work on those things. So we need to, I think, again, another thing that we should have done to say, when we go out here, what do we do with those people who will be knocking us at the door at a vote for me? I'll build a house for you. I'll make sure you have got water. And for 30 years, nothing has happened. Somewhere, somehow, we need to, again, to those who have organized this, to think, because it might be expensive to meet like this, but we need to think, how do we go on having Zoom meetings and plan going forward? Because it's painful to hear those two comrades from Mpumalanga to say, I can't work, I failed school because of the pollution that happened. And if we start working on something, we will be able even to go down there and assist those comrades. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. I'll try to be in short as much as I can. I think the point, of departure is to say, thanks, to our government and these, big cooperative companies for not coming. This is a good business plan to sell our country. Other than that, it's like beating a child and telling the child not to cry. It's what our government is currently doing to us. Let us push for open democracy. Based on our just transition open agenda in Mpumalanga, we said, let us make open democracy a point of departure. Without open democracy, we are going nowhere. Let us do this. We've been lost, we are stranded. Let us start our own just transition centers. Let us come up with our own incubation, centers for our community. Let us do this because we are left, stranded. And lastly, just transition is a real revolution to communities. Let us do this. Thank you.
Thank you once again to the organizers and everybody that attended. I think my comments will be very brief and certainly a personal comment, not one representing the organization I work for. But I think, some of the words, as you said, Zen, that we heard today, or I personally heard coming up, immediate, urgent, transition, future now, generations, but also profits, corruption, loss of opportunities, lack of health, and brown envelopes. And definitely on Comrade Meshach's point, we all know this is a critical year this year. And we certainly have to be honest and confront those realities. We're sitting here because the structures that we have, the people that we have given the power to are certainly not working for, and their interests do not lie in the people who have given them that power. So certainly we know this year is a critical year for us to be using these spaces to hear these difficult stories, because I think that is innately what's going to bring us back to the reality that this country is actually facing 30 years later. So using these spaces to ensure that people are well informed, we're dispelling myths, we're doing away with misinformation, we're doing away with brown envelopes that actually only benefit a handful of people, and ensuring that we're actually using these structures to bring the power back to the people. Thank you.
Oh, just my 2 cents. I just want to say, we talk about all these things, but it goes back to communities. And I think within communities, it's the resources also that we are lack. These small organizations who's working in communities. And some of the communities is dangerous also to work in. So we need also these NGOs to support these small organizations to do the work that we are speaking about. And also, I want to talk also on this thing, compensation. One of the comrades spoke about there was a judgment, and there's no accountability, and there's no follow-up also because they don't take our community serious. And I think coming here today, I think this platform should be also where we are saying that we are serious today, that we want to take this thing forward. Also, I want to check with the table, where are we going to with this? Because I don't want to be negative, because, we don't want a situation where we are saying this is going to be a talk show. Yes, we're going to meet again. But what is the way forward for us going now? Having all these discussions, having our real realities being told here. So what is the way forward now with the table and the judges? How are we going to move forward with this thing now? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to maybe address a question, and I think she's left or popped out, but one of the speakers during this Q&A or commentary section spoke about the asbestos story. And I think what's really worked is telling our stories and telling the stories of communities, whether it be through podcasts, it be through documentaries. I think there's a lot more that we can do to show the harmful impact that this has had on communities. But on the other hand, I think that we can do even more at strategic points. If we could get a schedule of very strategic points where we can engage with different people in government, I think it will be quite important. So we have the State of the Nation address. We have the budget speech. We have this first quarter of the year where the political parties want to engage to some extent with members of the public. Let's make use of that, whether it is us then starting a march or protest to Parliament during one of those critical time periods. I really think that it would help to some extent, at least to bring light to what is happening in communities on a broader stage. I think that that might be helpful, but I thought I would note that. Yeah, thanks.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, comrades, colleagues. Unfortunately, we have to close. We are running about 10-15 minutes over time. I think one thing, just to close us off, is to say that I think all of us in the room acknowledge energy sector profiteering. We've had an experience with it. We have been impacted by these corporations and these government departments. It's so sad that our government is in the same sentence, but unfortunately that's how it is. So in closing, just to say it's very hard to reconcile the day. So many things really came up, some painful stories from the comrades in Mpumalanga. We heard from people's lived experiences of how mining affects their health and their livelihoods. We also heard from organizations who might not directly be affected by mining or even gas and oil explorations, but they work tirelessly to support the affected communities and keep on shining the spotlight on issues around the impact of the energy sector on these communities. And we also heard about the complicity of corporations and governments in energy sector profiteering and affecting people's lives as well. Just to say thank you to Open Secrets and thank you to the Center of Environmental Rights, and thank you to the organizations that participated today. Thank you to the panel for the feedback and the recommendations. Just to have you on record, we will be getting the consolidated notes. Yes? Thank you very much. You heard from them. We'll be getting a consolidated note from them. Thank you to the participants as well for being here and being engaging. We will collate today's proceedings as well and draft them into a report that will circulate in the future. And lastly, thank you for allowing me to hold the space. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a safe trip home. Thank you.